well. And so after 1938, these invasives came in. Next slide, please. And these invasives, they started to dominate the shallow shelf areas, and the Caspian endemics, they became kind of pushed into the deep. And at the same time, the numbers went down. Next slide, please. We also see there's a lot of problems on the ecosystem level. There is a lot of ecosystem degradation, and the threat analysis performed by our program showed the sources of the threats. Many of the sources, they include overfishing, invasive species, and pollution. And it is especially the coastal zones that are affected very badly. So the Caspian Sea ecosystems and its biodiversity are already severely under stress. Next slide, please. So with these stressed out ecosystems and species and communities in severe decline, we have not such a good base for the future. And the future has a lot to bring more. Next slide, please. So we will look into what we think might happen in 2100 at the end of the century. Next slide, please. The Caspian Sea itself is, of course, a very delicate balance. The sea level is at 28 meters below oceanic levels, and it is maintained by precipitation and runoff, mostly from the Volga and from the Ural River, and by evaporation. And this balance forms the Caspian Sea sea level. Next slide, please. If the projections made by the Bremen group, and since then also kind of shown by other groups, are correct for climate change, especially the evaporation will go up with higher temperatures. And the projected sea level change at the end of the century is 9 to 18 meters below what it is now. And this is not illogical because since 2000, every year the Caspian Sea is already going down 7 centimeters. So this would amount to already 7 meters of sea level change in this century. Next slide, please. If these projections are correct, these have severe consequences. So all these productive shelf areas in the north and around the coast, they will become dry. And the area of the Caspian Sea will drop with 25 to 33%. And this has a lot of consequences. Next slide, please. For example, later on, Simon Goodman and some others will talk about the consequences for the Caspian seal. But this entire northern shelf will disappear. And that is about 90% of the pupping grounds, as was told by Sue Wilson. Next slide, please. But also, if we think of these endemic communities within the Caspian Sea, they also will be affected. So in the past, they were everywhere. Next slide, please. And now they are already marginalized into deeper areas. Next slide, please. And with this sea level change, we will see that the amount of available habitat, shallow water habitat, will severely decrease. So a sea level from -25 to -45 will result in about a 30% to 60% reduction of good habitat. Next slide, please. And then finally, the possibility of even warmer temperatures and having nutrients in the central and southern basin means there is a possibility of triggering dysoxia, which might kind of threaten these endemic communities in the deep from below. Next slide, please. So going down in sea level also will affect these beautiful wetlands all around the Caspian Sea with its biota, with the plants that Ms. Ogar also told about yesterday, about the fishing grounds and the birds which are relying on these wetlands. Next slide, please. And obviously, it will also have consequences for your infrastructure, for your coastal infrastructure, and for the people living there. Next slide, please. But what many people do not realize is that if you go down for, let's say, 10 meters, it means that all the surrounding rivers will also go down. They will start to erode within their beds. And this will draw down also the groundwater levels in all low-lying areas around the Caspian Sea. And this will affect all nature in these areas and, of course, all agriculture in these areas. Next slide, please. So we published this a year ago, the other side of sea level change. And again, if our models are correct, there are some serious consequences. Next slide, please. So what can we do about it? Next slide, please. Of course, first we need to understand where are the, how do you say, the hotspots of diversity? How are the species doing? How are the communities doing? How are they reacting to all kinds of pressures? And it helps very much to do mapping on this. We do not know a lot of the present day biodiversity. There's many problems with the species recognitions. We have very little data from the Caspian Sea. Next slide, please. We need to inform, and this conference is really a great place to start to inform everyone who might be affected with it. And I really see a lot of good things going on, that people start to work together. Next slide, please. And that is really important. In the region, all institutes and all stakeholders really need to work together on this. The Caspian Sea is shared by 6 countries, and the solutions can only be made if all countries and all institutes work together. Next slide, please. So this all is required to come into action. Action is required to make sure that these devastating consequences will not lead to inevitable loss of beautiful and unique species and ecosystem. Next slide, please. And I believe very much that it is worth. The Caspian Sea is unique. Many of its species only live in the Caspian Sea. It is more than 2 million years of evolution. It's a beautiful system and it is worth to safeguard. So I think this is it. Next slide, please. Thank you very much for having me, and I hope yeah, this helps to get the discussion going. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your report. And now I would like the floor to Mr. Fergal McGrath. His topic is EMODnet seabed habitats, delivering a habitat map for the Caspian Basin. Mr. Fergal McGrath, you have the floor.
See my slides there, please. Sorry, have you got these? Yeah, thank you. Okay, good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to speak to you on the efforts of the EMODnet project to deliver a habitat map for the Caspian Sea. And I think Frank's talk there really illustrated the need for enhanced baseline habitats and ecosystem assessment information for the region. My name is Fergal McGrath, and I work at the Marine Institute in Ireland. My job is as a survey team leader on the National Seabed Mapping Programme, which is called INFOMAR. And one element of our seabed mapping programme is involvement in large-scale international projects, where we can share our data and leverage extra funding to develop products further. And one of these projects we're involved in is EMODnet, where we are work package leaders in EMODnet seabed habitats. Next slide, please. So today I'll talk to you about EMODnet seabed habitats and its products, as well as the next phase, which aims to expand into the Caspian Basin as well as the Caribbean.
И наша цель создать карту морского обитания на Каспийском море, такой же, как и на других морях. Я расскажу вам об информации, которой мы владеем по Каспийскому морю. Пожалуйста, следующий слайд. Что же такое EMODnet? Это инициатива по сбору морских данных Европейского Союза, которая дает доступ для всех желающих и дает доступ к данным и информации для всех. И мы делаем эти знания доступными. МодНет включает 7 тем, и мы сотрудничаем с европейскими агентствами и институтами в области химии, физики, геологии, человеческой, антропологической деятельности и так далее.
Excuse me, quick interference here, but the translation for English is on the wrong channel. So please switch the channel so that also the English-speaking people can understand. Thank you.
Next slide, please. So I'm just going to look at the seabed habitats outputs, the outputs from the project. The main output from seabed habitats is called EUC-map, which is a broad-scale modeled map of physical seabed habitats across Europe. All of these outputs are available for free access and download on the eModNet Seabed Habitats portal. And other outputs include environmental variables, which are maps and models of environmental data that have been used to create a EUC map, like sea temperature, light penetration, wave exposure. We also have composite data products, which are compilations of data from multiple sources into new products. And they show the presence of the extended priority habitats, for example, OSPAR threatened and declining habitats, and essential ocean variables such as live coral, seagrass, and macroalgae. And we have a collection of individual habitat maps from individual surveys, a collection of model maps which illustrate a model spatial distribution of specific habitats, and these are built from external maps. And we're also going to have a wetland extents output, and this is a novel deliverable from this phase of eModNet Seabed Habitats. So it will be combined. It will be a combined harmonized data product showing the best evidence for the extent of wetland type in Europe and the Caspian Sea. And all of these data and maps have confidence layers associated with them, which allows for interrogation of data problems. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned previously, EUC map is a broad-scale modeled map of physical seabed habitats across Europe. And these habitats are described according to UNIS and Marine Strategy Framework Directive benthic broad habitat types, because up until now, they're the classification system used most widely across Europe, and that makes the map more accessible to a wider audience. For example, it's also classified to HELCON underwater biotypes in the Baltic and Barcelona Convention types in the Med. And so it combines data sets of variable resolution to deliver a map with a spatial resolution of about 100 meters. And that high resolution 100 meters comes from the bathymetry data set. Next slide, please. This is just to illustrate the current coverage of the EUC map, and it goes from the Barents Sea in the north down to the Mediterranean and from the Atlantic across to the Black Sea. So you can see it colored in there. Next slide, please. So this shows you the different phases that there have been of eModNet Seabed Habitats, and it illustrates the different additions there have been of EUC map throughout the years and how it has improved in both coverage and resolution. So the first version is the orange area that was created in 2012. The second version was created in 2016, and you can see that's colored in blue, so you can see the coverage was extended. And the most recent update was in 2019, and that's the green bits. And this saw the coverage extended into the Barents Sea and increased resolution across various locations. Next slide, please. The purple areas in this illustrates where we hope to go in phase 4 with the EUC map. So you can see that we intend to extend coverage into the Caspian Basin, but also into some areas in the Caribbean. So for example, Martinique and Guadeloupe. These would be areas that are associated with European countries within the project. Next slide, please. I just want to quickly just show you how we make a EUC map, even though a lot of you probably already know. It's created from physical attributes about the seafloor by combining a series of proxy measurements, such as water depth and light levels. And then we use a set of rules for combining spatial information in a geographical information system. We also integrate substrate data and hydrodynamic information and biological data and predictive habitat models. And this then allows us to establish thresholds and to deliver modeled habitat map at a broad scale. Next slide, please. So in order to do this, we need data. The data required to deliver a Caspian Sea habitat map can be placed into three categories. So there's substrate type, environmental variables, and biological data. Substrate data is the physical substrate on which the biological community live. Multi-beam, echosounder, bathymetric, and backscatter data can be used to classify the seabed into different substrate types as well. Next slide, please. Environmental data includes temperature, salinity, and different nutrient levels in the seawater. Current strengths and levels of exposure also have an effect on species distribution. And then the data are generated using oceanographic models, and they're available from national marine research institutes and data centers, for example, ROMS, and from other projects such as Copernicus, and even from within our own project in eModNet. Next slide, please. So the biological data, these data provide the additional information required to classify all of the physical data into benthic marine habitats. And it comes from indirect observations of the seabed using cameras, video, ROVs, direct observations from divers, and sampling, which provides an inventory of the species that make up any marine community within the habitat. Next slide, please. So in order to deliver the Caspian Sea habitat mapping, we need access to as much relevant data in the region as possible. So far, for bathymetry, the most basic data set available to us now is the JEBCO DTM, which is at 500 meters resolution, which is really quite close. We'd like to get access to higher resolution data here if possible, although I know that's very much a big wish. Next slide, please. So the expected delivery of a full coverage seabed substrate layer for the Caspian from eModNet geology will augment the bathymetry layer. So that's what we're going to use to start developing the new CMAP in the Caspian. We will require environmental, biological, and benthic data to deliver the final map. Next slide, please. So the data needs for the Caspian Basin. We would like to hear from you if you have knowledge or access to any of these data sets in this region. Substrate data, environmental data, biological data, existing habitat maps, benthic surveys, sampling surveys, hydrographic surveys, and wetlands extent. These data will be used in delivering the EUCMAP in the Caspian Sea, and this will address significant research and knowledge gaps on this predictable climate change effects on biodiversity in the region. So you can contact us via the eModNet Seabed Habitats portal if you would like to cooperate with this project. And all deliverables are freely available on the portal, which provides standardized, centralized, and a free access point for all spatial information on seabed habitats in Europe and adjacent areas. So just please give us your data or tell us if you know where it is. So thank you very much.
Большое спасибо, очень интересная презентация, много картографий, которые не во всех присутствуют.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting to hear all your documents and pictures. And now we go to the second speaker. Assessment of the state of the Caspian Sea ecosystem due to the impact of climate changes in recent years based on the results of studies in the coastal waters of Azerbaijan. Mr. Elchin Mamedov will present this report.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. Good morning, dear colleagues. Could you please open my presentation?
Can I ask you to launch my presentation? Thank you. Good morning, dear colleagues. It's an honor and pleasure to take part in this conference. Let me present the main result of study of impact assessment of Caspian ecosystem along the coast of Azerbaijan as a result of study conducted in coastal zone. And I'm honored to present the main outputs of our study on behalf of our colleague, Mr. Mehman Akhundov and Mrs. Elnara Jafarova. Next slide, please. As already was mentioned, the Caspian Sea over the past decade the significant the ecological condition has been severely deteriorated as a result of natural and anthropogenic factor. The human-induced and climate change has very significant impact on fragile ecosystem of Caspian Sea. Climate change, global warming, and in general worsening of environmental condition, pollution from land-based sources, and as a result of other economic activity, we are witnessing the reduction of hydrological flow in Caspian Basin, and the change in biodiversity loss as a result of destruction of the main fish habitats, fish spawning ground, nursery, and feeding, and reduction of fish population, mainly commercially valuable fish species such as sturgeon and kilka, as a result of climatic and anthropogenic factor, mainly overfishing, unsustainable fisheries practices, and also invasion of alien species such as Nemiopsis and Biroe ovata. Next slide, please. And the research vessel, the Alif Hajif, the scientific research, the survey along the coast this year was conducted on the boat of the vessel of the Ministry of Ecology and Natural Resources of Azerbaijan. Next slide, please. The team member that have been engaged in this complex environmental monitoring of coast of Azerbaijan in July and August this year. Next slide, please. And this figure presents the historical location of historical monitoring station, century old. And this scheme is applied by all the main transect located along the coast of Azerbaijan. We have in general total 55 stations for monitoring of hydrological, hydrobiological, and state of fish population. At 4 transect located in Middle Caspian and 6 transect in Southern Caspian. So we have the survey at the depths from 10 to 100 meters. Next slide, please. The bottom troll, which is used for fish stock assessment in the Caspian Sea, it's used mainly in greater depths from 10 to 100 meters. It's widely used by all Caspian littoral states, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, at fixed station sampling. Next slide, please. And this preservative sampling of hydrological and hydrobiological material. Next slide, please. We have a total collection of bottom, water, zooplankton samples. Next slide, please. Collecting, processing of material on the board of the research vessel Alif Hajif. Next slide, please. And the fish catches by troll, of course, of Azerbaijan. And here we have the very significant changes in fish catches. And as you see, just 10 years ago, in 2011, you can see the total catches, and just for comparison, how it's reduced significantly this year. Next slide, please. Species composition of troll catches present in the Southern Caspian. And I'm sorry, this in Southern Caspian, the species, the most abundant species was the kilka, 59%. Then it was followed by kutum, and 10% roach, Caspian roach, wobbler. Then the goby fish, the herring just 7%, and the mullet, kefal, 4%. Next slide, please. And the main catches was observed at depths from 10-25 meters. And as a result of unfavorable hydrological climatic condition in Southern Caspian and in Central and Southern Caspian, it's also resulted in distribution and species composition of main commercial valuable fish. And you see from figure that the species composition in the Southern in central Caspian was more abundant. We see that increase in number of species. It was dominated, the main species, dominant species was the bream, and then it's followed by kutu, 23%, kefal just accounts for 18%, roach wobbler, 8%, then so the main fish catches was mainly observed at Siazan and Kuba station at depths of 25 meters. And at the next slide, I will present also the hydrological and temperature. That's why in central Caspian, there was more abundant fish catches. Next slide, please. The juvenile sturgeon caught during Trollsoy was, after biological measurement, was safely released back into Caspian Sea. Next slide, please. As known by end of 1990s, after invasion of the ctenophore Nemiopsis lady, the drastic changes happened at in Caspian Sea, and the fish stock it has impact on all trophic level as prey. Nemiopsis prey on the zooplankton and pelagic fish like such kilka. And at this diagram figure, you see the number of Nemiopsis in central Caspian and in southern. It's still dominant in southern Caspian. Next slide, please. And this year, it was the first time when another invasive species, Ctenophore biroi avata, which is considered as natural predator of Nemiopsis lady, was found in the Caspian Sea, and we were able to record this and have estimation of number and biomass. And we see that it was more abundant in southern Caspian at the depths of 25 meters. In central middle Caspian, it was dominant at the depth of 50 meters. So next slide, please. And the water temperature also has shown significant increase in surface water warming up to 30 degrees. And we have the comparison because the last time the survey along the coast of Azerbaijan was carried out in 2011, and we can compare what was the big difference, almost about 4 degrees compared with 2011. So this very extreme warming up of surface water in southern Caspian was observed this year. Next slide, please. A relative number of population, 2 species, Ctenophore Nemiopsis lady. Now we have 2 species, Nemiopsis lady and biroi avata. And here is its relative number, but again, still Nemiopsis is very dominant. I should emphasize that this was the first time we have recorded, found this, of course, of Azerbaijan in Caspian Sea, and we hope that in the next year, so it's this introduction of the new species biroi avata, which is considered natural enemy, the drastic changes will happen in next year in Caspian. Next slide, please. Again, just to compare to that, the main causes increase in surface water. The red line show the temperature increase in southern Caspian, and the blue one, the temperature in 2011. So you can see the big difference in 2011 and this year. Next slide, please. This is comparison of water temperature in central and southern Caspian, and the red line is southern Caspian and blue in central Caspian. So we can see the very significant increase in water temperature at depths from 10 to 50 meters. Next slide, please. Also, temperature-dependent oxygen as a result of warming up of surface water, sea level, and the oxygen concentration significantly decreased. The red line show the amount of oxygen in Caspian Sea in 2011, and in the red line it's southern Caspian, and the blue one middle Caspian, and in 2021 the red line is southern and the blue is middle Caspian. So you can see how significant changes in amount of oxygen in southern and central. So we see with the increase of temperature, the amount also significantly decrease, as it has implication on fish population. As was mentioned by Mr. Franklin, the ecosystem of Caspian Sea, its health and its unique bioresources are function under stress. Next slide, please. And we can also, next slide, please. And in such total new ecological condition with invasion of Nemeopsis lady and in the new hydrological and climatic condition, the number of zooplankton also changed significantly. So in this figure, we can compare the abundance number of Nemeopsis lady in 2011 and in 2012. The red ones show the abundance of number of zooplankton in 2011, and the blue one, sorry, it's Central Caspian 2011, and the red one is Southern Caspian. So we can see also decrease in 2012, 21. Sorry, in 2021 we have seen significant decrease in number of zooplankton. Next, please. Next slide. And just to compare the number of Nemeopsis lady in Central and Southern Caspian, we see that in 2011, compared with 2011, in 2021, the number of Nemeopsis also reduced. Next slide, please. A long-term dynamic of sturgeon catch in Caspian and in Azerbaijan presented in this figure. So we see that drastic decline. Next slide, please. And the long-term dynamic of Hilka catches in Caspian and along the coast of Azerbaijan over period 1935-2004. And after invasion of Nemeopsis lady, there was collapse of fish, Hilka fishery in the Caspian Sea. Just imagine in 2001, the total allowable catch for Hilka was 300,000 tons, but only about 60,000 of Hilka was caught in the Caspian. In Azerbaijan, the catches also decreasing. And as consequence, please go back to, yes, next slide, please. And then, yes.
Истекает презентация, пожалуйста, поторопитесь.
Okay. The time is running out, please hurry up.
Daniel, next slide, please. And as a result of warming up in zone of coastal upwelling was observed along the coast of Azerbaijan at the depths of 100 meters, and the nodularia, the algae bloom anomaly was observed. Next slide, please. Presented in the figure. Next slide, please. Next. And next. And as mentioned, the Caspian Sea level decreased. And next slide, please. The Caspian Sea level decreased by 1.5 meters over the last decade. And it's also reflected in the reduction is hydrological flow in the Volga River as well. And next slide, please. In the Kura River, the mean annual discharge also significantly decreased compared with 2000, almost by more than 60%, as a result of, because in recent years, Azerbaijan faces hydrological droughts and significant water shortages as a result of over-abstraction of water, mainly for agriculture, and decrease in precipitation. Next slide, please. And this figure shows the mean average monthly temperature in Azerbaijan and precipitation. Next slide, please. And the main model simulation show that under this condition, it is forecast that the water hydrological flow will, the water resources and flow will decrease even by 15–20% by end of century. Next slide, please. And as a result of hydrological water shortages, Azerbaijan, for the first time since 2020, the intrusion of saline water of Caspian Sea in upper part of Kura River Delta was observed in the so we have seen the intrusion of this seawater in Kura, and it has very serious implication for biodiversity, for economics, for people. So this is the visible impact of climate change. And water went up to Salyan city, about 60-kilometer distance. Next slide, please. And in conclusion, during the last decade, stock of commercial fish species near Azerbaijan coast of Caspian Sea have been catastrophically reduced due to impact of both natural and anthropogenic factor. Unfavorable climatic and hydrological condition of Caspian Sea resulted in redistribution of fish population from southern to central Caspian. The impact of climatic change was also reflected in species composition, abundance, and distribution of zooplankton in southern and middle Caspian. Significant changes in structure of planktonic and benthic community happen because of the Caspian ecosystem under the influence of the invasive species of Nemyopsis ladii. There also sharp decrease in number and species composition of zooplankton. And for the first time in the Caspian Sea, new invasive species, Beroia avata, was found. And under influence of high temperature, about almost 30 degrees, surface water, the abnormal algae bloom cyanobacteria was observed in southern Caspian along the Lankaran coast at depths of 75–100 meters. That's all. Thank you very much for your attention. Спасибо.
Спасибо большое. Немножко вы увеличили.
Thank you so much for your presentation. So it was a little bit longer. Now I'd like to take this opportunity. We still have some time, and the previous speakers made it on time. You have some time to ask questions to our presenters, but please, no more than 5 minutes for each presentation. Do you have any question, colleagues, to our previous speakers? I had a question to Mr. Veselin.
Regarding the impact.
So could you please repeat your question?
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. It was very comprehensive, very interesting. As you mentioned that they focused that the sea level dropped by 9 meters by end of century, and it will have very severe implication for coastal zone, for ecosystem biodiversity. And as I noticed from your presentation, mainly the northern Caspian will be more affected. But can you say what about the delimitation, the coastal zone where it will pass? And because they're different model simulation, some model predict decrease by 5 meters, and according to your observation and data, I believe this is also very strong and supported with long-term observation data. So just which part of Caspian Sea, because it was seen from the northern Caspian, but what will happen in the southern? because we have seen the drastic changes. Even the Kura Delta is unique wetland will be affected badly. Thank you for it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I also hope to ask you a question after this for your nice presentation. Yes, all coastal areas in the Caspian Sea will be affected by any sea level change more than a few meters in decades. And we've been in the Kura Delta, and there you can see these shallow areas already kind of a coastal retreat going very fast. But if you go really into the southern part, you've got these very steep slopes. So there the change will be little, but when you are near the delta, where the slopes are very shallow, the changes will go very fast, and it will affect certainly also the Baku region. I think all your coasts will be affected. In Iran, especially the eastern part, the base in the eastern part, and the entire shelf of Turkmenistan will be badly affected by these kind of sea level drops. So there will be a lot of effect everywhere, not only in the north. Okay, may I take the opportunity to ask you a question, Beck?
Yes, sure.
Because you had really a very, very nice presentation. I liked it very much. You've got good data. Do you think it is possible to have this kind of approaches, this kind of data in every country around the Caspian Sea, that you have the same type of data gathering expeditions, the same kind of monitoring? And is it already some kind of in place?
Yes, I should mention that unfortunately we have the 10-year break, because the last time this complex monitoring along the coast of Azerbaijan was conducted in 2011, just 10 years ago. And this year we managed to, after some technical issue related with the research vessel, and we have again started this investigation. And the methodology, the approach, the location of the station, and this methodology used by 4 Caspian countries. The same research also conducted in the Russian Federation, in Kazakhstan, in Turkmenistan, and each country study their own coastal zone and using the same methodology and approaches, and the result is being presented and they exchange during the meeting of the Commission for Biological Bioresources of Caspian Sea. So there's some communication and comparison, exchange of data, because annually each country present a report and data about the status of biological resources along each little coastal sea. Thank you.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Господин Маград, можете...
Mr. Magrat, if you have a question, you're welcome.
Hi, how's it going? I just wanted to ask Frank, where are your data sources, for example, for the pressures map that you showed in your presentation? And the second part of that, the logical one I'm going to ask, is how did you get all this data?
Yes. Thank you, Farrell. I've already written you a small chat thing with some of the people that worked on it. So there's a group of scientists working on it. They did manage to get data from very different sources. Some of them were very old sources as well. And I will get you in contact with these people, because it is a challenge to get good data. I don't know myself exactly the data sources that they used in the end or not, but I will contact you with especially Matteo Latuada and Niels Raas, who have been behind this data gathering.
Thank you, Frank. I've just seen your chats there, so I really appreciate that. And one of the things that I'd like to see come out of this conference is that there's an appreciation that if you share your data, that good things can happen, and it will be useful for everyone. But yeah, I think that in itself is going to be a challenge, because
it is, and yeah. I second your point. So to everyone, we worked in the Caspian Sea, in the Black Sea, sharing your data. I know that many of you work for decades in the area, but sharing your data really helps to get the problems solved much better. So I second your point here.
Thank you, Frank.
Спасибо, это очень хорошая инициатива.
Thank you so much. I think exchanging data is a great initiative. In this case, we have more precise information. Now, according to the program, we have a coffee break. It will last 30 minutes. If you have any questions, then we still have some time to ask these questions. You can exchange your opinions right now. Do you have any questions, colleagues?
Natalia, maybe I can help you here.
Because
there's a question from Natalia R. Shumeiko from Caspijska. Maybe she, as she has her
Shumeiko,
hand up. Natalia Shumeiko, please, the floor is yours. You would like to invite you to ask your question.
Почему-то она не выходит.
Сейчас, минуточку. Госпожа Наталья Шумейко.
Еще тогда, может быть,
Miss Natalia Shumeiko, Mr. Ilchin Mamedov, if you have any questions. Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. Of course, I would like to thank our last speaker for the presentation. Thank you, Mr. Ildar Rustamov. I would like to join your initiative, and I would like to state the importance. We need to cooperate in the future as well. And I support this initiative in order to promote all kinds of biodiversity for the future. And it would be great if this cooperation can work also in the future. I stated in my presentation that due to the invasion of new invasive species, we also need to launch such research projects in all Caspian countries in order to take a look at all invasive species, because we can see that the new era is starting in the Caspian Sea. That is why we need the support from various international projects and Caspian programs. Thank you. Thank you so much. Is Natalia here? So my suggestion is to make a 30-minute break.
So the session should finish at 10:30. So if I may ask, because we still have 20 more minutes for a few questions, and there is also a question from Simon about the program. So if I may, because I also have few questions. So Simon, indeed, the program says that the next session will start at 11.
Хорошо, если есть вопрос, у нас есть время, то, пожалуйста.
Yes, dear colleagues, if you have any questions, we still have some time. You are more than welcome to ask questions.
And then the second question is rather to the floor. The first question to Elchin, I know that when the monitoring was conducted through the vessel, I know that there was intention to invite the other experts from the Caspian Sea states. I know that that invitation also went to the representatives of the other Caspian Sea states. My question is the following: whether that intention will be maintained in the future. So whether the experts from the other Caspian Sea states will be also have the possibility to participate in the monitoring, which will be conducted at the Azeri part of the Caspian Sea. That's my first question to Elchin. And the second one is rather general. I have noted very well that what Mr. Rustamov said, that the biological cooperation or the biological monitoring in the context of the Tehran Convention or in the context of the Caspian Environment Program, as it used to be, is something that requires more attention. My question would be, is there any recommendation from your side on how it could be developed? And the second question is, what is the reason why there is a progress made on the hydrometeorological cooperation? And there is such a little progress, if I may say, in terms of biodiversity cooperation in the context of the Tehran Convention. So maybe that's something that one of you could help us out to also understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mateusz. Thank you for your question. Yes, I can answer to your question directly that when we planned first to conduct the troll survey, the complex environmental monitoring on the coast of Azerbaijan, the invitation was sent out to our neighboring country, to Iran, to other country, and the participants have been invited to participate in joint monitoring. Unfortunately, maybe for some logistical issue, it was not. It didn't happen, but such initiative is definitely presented and is supported by our country, by our Ministry of Ecology and Natural Resources, and by all Caspian, because the cooperation, as I mentioned, on state of bioresources of Caspian Sea, just taking into account that the kilka, sturgeon, and seal are considered to be transponder, the shared biological resources. That's why the cooperation, exchange of scientific data information between all little states is annually conducted in the frame of the Commission for Biological Resources of Caspian Sea, because they have to analyze, to see the result, the changes, and they assess the status of main biological resources. And also, yes, I also joined support my colleague from Turkmenistan that the need for complex monitoring of all biological resources and component of ecosystem in frame of the Caspian, the Tehran Convention, the other initiative, and my recommendation regarding the future, the outlook, the way forward. As I mentioned, they need to study, to have the all Caspian monitoring campaign to study, assess the status of biological resources and ecosystem. Because unfortunately, all the report recently published, like State of Environment of Caspian Sea, is mainly the best-based study, but we need to get new data information. What will happen in the future, in the next 5-10 years with invasion of Beroe water? And I do believe that the whole country, all colleagues from our, the old partner from international organization, from UNEP, from Caspian country, there is cooperation also regarding the status of biological resources, like there's strong cooperation in field of the hydrological monitoring. But this initiative supported, the country have good communication, and I hope it will continue in the future. Thank you.
Thank you,
Спасибо за интересное дополнение. И,
Thank you for your interesting amendment. Of course, that is very important. It is crucial that all Caspian countries cooperate and collaborate. That enriches our knowledge and data. It is especially important that all this monitoring is carried out on the regular basis. It is important to have deadlines, and it is also important to compare the results that we obtain. Okay, Mateusz, do you have
three hands up from Mr. Rustamov? Then we have so if you can give the floor to them, that would be also excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. So I was the first one to raise my hand, so I will answer probably. That is regarding your questions. You asked me about the reasons of good cooperation among hydrobiologists. Here is the thing. Historically, that was the state of things from the Soviet Union. When we were talking about the Caspian region, we were talking primarily about fish species. Research made by other zoologists were carried out, of course. Probably the number of publications at some point of time was also bigger, but this work was done simultaneously. When we were talking about the Caspian Sea, these scientists were nearly forgotten, but our task now is to collect all this data and then to include this in the general analysis. We need to do it in the same very way. So we need to have one methodology in order to compare the results that we obtain. The lion's share of this publication is made in Russian, but I know that we have many publications and papers made by our Iranian colleagues. They have some abstracts, publications, documents published in English as well. Then we will give the floor to Simon, and he will be talking about the Caspian Sea. We need to examine and study all of the Caspian species, for example, mammals, fish species, and many others. So I guess that is an objective reason, and of course we also have some subjective reasons. For example, not enough staff, not enough scientific workers. Some of the reasons might be caused by the coronavirus pandemic. But these problems and challenges can be overcome, of course. Thank you. Thank you so much. Do we have any other recommendations or proposals? Matteo, I see you have raised your hand. You have the floor. Welcome.
Hi. Yeah, actually, I also have a proposal. So basically, I did a PhD on the Caspian Sea, and as the colleague Eldar Rustamov was talking about, I see that the problem in the Caspian Sea is that a lot of literature is in Russian, and I know that you actually have collected a lot of data, and a lot of data on the Caspian Sea are there, but they're not known from the international audience. So I think that, for example, the presentation from Elchin that he also read to me privately to ask for collaboration. So what I see is that the situation in the Caspian Sea is that data are there. The situation is really bad, as Elchin showed, but there is no support from the international funds. And I think that one of the problems is that the research from the Caspian Sea is not known abroad. So let's say out of the region. That's bad, because I think that if all the Caspian country would put together the data, and that can be published maybe in English in the international journals, that will raise a lot of awareness from Europe and from all the international scientists, and that will help the Caspian Sea countries to get funds for research. And yeah, I think also because now, especially in Europe, there is a lot of there is this trend in biodiversity conservation, in climate adaptation, and there are a lot of funds available. But the problem is that I had the feeling that Europe doesn't know the situation of the Caspian Sea. Because, for example, now I'm doing a postdoc on the Baltic Sea, and if you compare the information available in English in the Baltic Sea in comparison with the Caspian Sea, it's like it's completely another world. Like in the Baltic Sea, there is so much research. A lot of this research is shared, so we actually have a lot of data, and then we can work on this data. In the Caspian Sea, I'm sure that there are also that data, but they are very difficult to find, and that is a problem if you look for funds and if you look for the collaborations. That I think is the main issue in the Caspian Sea, that we should be able together to get this data out and to get funds to further the research, because I think it is possible. It's just a question of communication within the region, and then from the region with the outside of the world.
Спасибо за ваши комментарии.
Thank you so much for your comment. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Gludiva. You ready? Yes, I'm ready. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I support the initiative by Mr. Rustamov, and it is also really nice to listen to you, Matteo. You were talking about international cooperation. Yes, we do have a lot of data. We have data from 1998 to 2012. We have collected so much data on biodiversity. And of course, it will be a shame if we lose all this data and if they will become forgotten. That is the basis that we can use for the future comparisons. We may use it as a basis for our future research. We have collected all this data, then we have studied all this data. We have a lot of information of alien species on biodiversity. We have so many national reports from 1998, from 2012, 2005, etc. We have this information available, and I would like to say, Matteo, that some of the reports are available in English, but only some of them. For example, the transport analysis that was published in 2000 or something like this. It was then republished in 2006, and it covers many aspects on biodiversity. So here is the reason why the work is rather passive right now. Within the Teflon Convention, as you know, all countries have signed the protocol on preservation of biodiversity. When this protocol is ratified, we will activate our work. When this protocol comes into force, then I hope we will be more active in this direction. Of course, we need to involve international experts. We have Mateusz here today. He's one of the international experts. I think we can make an additional session and then to make an additional document in order to find solutions and to start working on this topic. We can start developing documents, we can start our cooperation to promote and preserve biodiversity in the Caspian region. So we have some data, we can collect all this data from 5 Caspian states, and then we can use this information, compare this information, make comparisons to what we had in the past and what we will have in the future. Thank you for your comment. You have done great work. Thank you. It's good that you save and preserve all this information and data. Of course, it will be useful for all of us in the context of climate change. Now, I would also like to give the floor to Shireen. You are welcome. Thank you, Natalia. Good morning to your participants of the conference. Mr. Rustamov, thank you for your presentation. Unfortunately, my presentation on biodiversity and on adaptation events will take place in section 4 after the break. So I had bad internet connection, but I would like to ask Mr. Rustamov. You said in your presentation that we have nominated the biologically important areas and zones. We have nominated these areas in 2017 and Turkmenistan. These recommendations for future preservation and monitoring of the nominated abscess This is also an important part of section 4, where I will speak a bit later today. It could be great if these recommendations could also find their place in the recommendation list after the work of this section. My proposal was to make adaptation plans for the climate change of the Caspian Sea. Some of the Caspian countries also works on these plans according to the Paris Climate Agreement. We could also add the issues of the biodiversity preservation and ecosystem preservation. It can be part of the program on risk reduction. Turkmenistan is also part of this international program. In English, it's called GNTR. We also have some other recommendations, that is enlarging of modern state nature reserves and the establishment of new reserves. We have introduced the Global Biodiversity Framework post-2020 nearly 2 weeks ago, and we carry out work on the marine biodiversity. It is an important part of this program. I think we could also put this work on the recommendations list of this conference. Unfortunately, our recommendations were not ratified, but nevertheless, we are going to continue offering this idea. Of course, trans-border cooperation is also important. We can do it within the Tehran Convention, for example, and within other conventions. For example, the Convention on Migrating Species that we have recently joined in Turkmenistan. In 2020, we have signed 2 important international conventions that deals with the migrating species, and the Iowa Agreement as well. All my recommendations will be put on the list in section 4, and it would be great if all these recommendations could also become part of this section number 3. Thank you so much, dear colleagues, for your presentations. Thank you. We will take this into consideration. We will work in this direction. Any other questions? Colleagues, do you have any questions? Frank, you
Yes,
have the floor.
Thank you very much. I would like just to add one recommendation. In our works, we found out that, of course, all the bird species and the fish species we know pretty well, but most of the diversity, we have problems with species identities and identifications. So much of the diversity is crustaceans and worms and mollusks and so on. There is now a large program, a Russian-German program going into the deep of the Caspian Sea. And I really hope and wish that many more countries will be involved in these kind of programs where we establish a standardized taxonomy, a standardized species library, which will be helpful to also understand what the ecological roles of species are, where species were, and so on. And I think this only can work if all countries and all institutes work together. So that would be a recommendation I would like just to add to everyone. Thank you.
Время сколько у нас сейчас?
Hello?
Да.
Oh yeah, okay. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So just from listening to people that have been speaking here, there's quite a bit of designation activity. And obviously designation activity requires a large amount of data, which indicates there are large amounts of data lying around the place. If so, and I just want to ask a question, is there a catalog or plans for a catalogue of biodiversity data for the Caspian region, basically a transboundary catalogue, which would allow for adding value to each different data set. Does anybody know?
I can answer it or try to answer that question. I know, to best of my knowledge, there was a suggestion done by the National Academy of Science of Azerbaijan to do it together with other countries back in the days, but that suggestions did not materialize. I also know that there is an interactive atlas from the Russian Academy of Science. I'm not entirely sure what is the coverage on the biodiversity in that atlas. In the Tehran Convention, we have also discussed it, and in our research or resource mobilization activities, we always include such a output to develop a biodiversity atlas for the all Caspian states. But so far we have not succeeded to secure funding for it. So that would be my answer.
And Matthias, thank you very much for your help for us, for our initial approaches to delivering the sea map in the Caspian. That's very much appreciated.
That is also a great idea. That's important. We need to collect and unite all the data. Colleagues, do you have any other questions? We still have some time. Tom has a question, as I can see. Tom, you have the floor.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Thanks for this great conference, very inspiring talks. I want to reiterate on the problem of biodiversity. So we are doing all these assessments, all these maps and so on. But as Frank stated in the end, we do not know which species occur in the Caspian Sea, and we do not know which species have occurred in the Caspian Sea. So as part of the EU Pride project, Frank was mentioning we try to do DNA work. It was extremely difficult to obtain materials because biodiversity is really deteriorating. So we went to ancient DNA, we went to museums collection, and at least in invertebrates, we do not have a good understanding which species ever lived in the Caspian Sea, period. So if we don't understand that, we cannot assess modern biodiversity. So for example, many species we thought that are distinct species, they turned out to be a single species. On the other hand, Professor Anisatenko, who is also participating here, just found a new species. So we don't have a good understanding because species delimitation basically is based on anatomy, so on shells or whatever. So in order to have a robust case for change in biodiversity, we have to understand what occurred 50 years ago, what is currently occurring, and where, for example, do we have refugia. So we can do these broad surveys and go to this place and that place, and in most cases, we will not find endemic species. So we need these habitat maps for specific species, but also the ecosystem maps. And Dr. Latuata was also present here. He did some maps for hotspots and so on. And then we have to go specific to the region, because our impression is we lost a lot of biodiversity, but we might be able to identify refugia. And these refugia, they deserve the highest state of protection. But if we don't know what is there, and if we don't know where to find the species, we cannot protect the species. And we cannot protect the entire Caspian Sea. So this is not a question from me, but a call for action. We should, don't take old species list, but bring in teams of experts, and we did it for mollusks, headed by Frank Wesseling. So we had a workshop taking local experts, international experts. So we locked ourselves in for a week. And then we went through all the species, And we came up with a list of species for models in the Caspian Sea. And this has been done by experts for all groups. Once we have this, then we can substantiate it with genetic data and so on. And this gives us a basis for modeling biodiversity trends. This is an urgent call, and colleagues, we all should sit together and join efforts and do something, you know, because we are really losing time. And I honestly think we have maybe 10, 20 years left to identify hotspots and go there and protect the species. The next generation will probably have nothing left. Thank you very much.
Спасибо вам за хорошие рекомендации.
Thank you for truly great recommendations and for your statement. That is very important for all of us, I guess. We need to gather information. Of course, that is complicated, but nevertheless, we need to work in this direction. New technologies that we have today related to modeling need to be implemented. But in general, we need to do this across the entire Caspian Sea region. We need to use the same standardized methods in order to make comparisons. Do you have any other questions, colleagues? Yes, Natalia Ivkina, you have the floor. We were talking a lot about uniting information, about creating some common documents where we can then have all this information available. So my suggestion is to do it in the same way as we do it as Caspcom organizing committee. For many years, we have been developing such catalogs. For example, the catalog for sea level, catalog for runoff, for air temperature, salinity, and many other issues. We publish these catalogs in 2 languages. They are available. You can find them at Caspcom website. We have great experience of cooperation within the Tehran Convention. We should use it as a basis for our cooperation. And of course, we would be happy to share further experience. Thank you for listening to me. Yes, that's a truly precious advice. Of course, you had a lot of experience, and everybody should use it. Any other questions? Yes, Natalia, I have just a small remark. I have a proposal. We need to establish or to renew the list of researchers and scientists from all Caspian states. We need to create a network so that in the future we have cooperation between and among Caspian states and international organizations. I support the initiatives of our colleagues. We need to establish a digital atlas of Caspian biodiversity, which includes all of the components. They must be available. That includes hotspots for all species. So that in the future we have a database. This database must be available. We have a new database on the ecosystem and biodiversity of the Caspian Sea. But we need to put there some modern information, contemporary information. It must be widely available and accessible for all researchers from the Caspian Sea region and for the international community as well. Thank you so much. Any other remarks? Let's make a short pause, 30 minutes. And then I hope that everybody comes in time. See you.
Пока еще не все собрались.
We are still waiting for the other participants. In general, we will have 5 presenters in the afternoon session. So do you think we shall wait or shall we start? So I can see that people turn on their cameras. Thank you, Natalia. I had some problems with my microphone. That is why I had no opportunity to ask my question. I have a question to one of the presenters. Now the problems with my micro are solved, so I just say something in order to check whether you can hear me or not. Could you please tell me, will we have an opportunity to ask questions to the presenters afterwards? Yes, of course. We are starting the second part, and we will have the very same procedures. First, we will have presentations, and then you will have an opportunity to ask questions or to give any recommendations, if you have any, of course. But this will be in the very end of our session. And I have a small favor. Unfortunately, the time is short for asking questions, so maybe you or the organizing committee may make a decision so that we can share the contacts of our presenters, because we have many questions and we want to have an opportunity to ask questions after the conference on the presentations made. There is Mateusz from the interim secretary of the Tehran Convention. I'm one of the co-organizers. We will prepare the list of all participants. And on this list, you will have all information, the names and contacts and emails. So you will have an opportunity to ask your question to Elchin. You can ask your question in the chat, or you can email the colleagues after the conference. We will prepare a document and share the list of contacts with you. Thank you, Mateusz. Could you then add me, please, on the list of the conference participants? I sent my contacts and information about myself to Christina. So if you have information about you, then of course we will add you on the list. We need to start, dear colleagues. Natalia, you have the floor. Our next speaker is Ms. Larissa Degtyaryova. She will be talking on changes in the trophic capacity and productivity of the northern Caspian Sea under the influence of a changing climate. Larissa, are you here? Are you with us? Good afternoon, colleagues. Hello, everyone. Could you please open my presentation? Thank you. Hello, dear colleagues. I will be talking about the changes in the trophic capacity and productivity of the northern Caspian Sea under the influence of a changing climate. We have severe changes in the structure and in the functioning of biological communities in the northern part of the sea.
Оценка изменений показателей трофности и продуктивности акватории Северного Каспия в современный период, который начинается с 1996 года.
Caspian Sea. We were carrying out research from 1996. We can see the Caspian Sea level drop as compared to the previous period, when the sea level was rising, which was relevant for the period till 1975. Next slide, please.
Next slide, please.
Since 1996, there was a concentration on phytoplankton in shallow waters. The value of the general biomass has exceeded its previous values more than 2 times. We also observe the increase of biomass in the shallow area.
В период снижения уровня моря с 1996 года наблюдается снижение
We observe
биомассы.
the following situation. We can see the decrease in zooplankton, both in shallow and in steep areas. The concentration of zooplankton takes place in a narrow line of the shallow area. This is the zone of up to 3.5 meters deep. Nevertheless, the conditions for Kilkas were more than satisfying during the entire observation period. It is likely that the decrease of phytoplankton is due to the sea regression and is a result of the concentration of algae in shallow areas. Earlier they were spread in the equatoria of the northern part. Next slide, please. During the sea regression period, there was a decrease of the zoobenthos mass. The reason for that is probably the decrease of autochthonous species. That in turn has increased the salinity in the Caspian Sea. If we judge by the values, the decrease.
Донная фауна развивалась тогда интенсивнее, нежели в последующие годы, в годы снижения уровня моря. Пространственное распределение биомассы не изменилось. Next slide.
Next slide, please. The trophic values has decreased as compared to the previous period. Especially that is a characteristic feature of the steep area of the northern Caspia. There is only one exception. This exception is the trophicity and troph capacity in the northern part of the Caspian Sea. The productivity class has also increased from a moderate one to an increased one. The reason for that is concentration of algae in the shallow area. The productivity class also remained unchanged. It is still moderate. But the trophicity of the shallow area has dropped significantly and has reached a minimal level. The benthos productivity has dropped as well. The reason for that is probably the increase in salinity during the last years. There was a change in freshwater species that tend to like salt areas. Next slide, please. Climate changes that are observed in the Caspian region, accompanied with anthropogenic impact, lead to the change of the spatio-temporal distribution of zooplankton and benthos. According to the values that we have currently, the conditions are less favorable as compared to the previous period. That is especially the case in the steep area. I would like to thank the organizing committee for the opportunity. Next slide, please. Thank you, dear colleagues, for your attention. Thank you for your presentation. Of course, all of our topics are interrelated and interdependable. Thank you for your information. Our next speaker is Mr. Simon Goodman, and his topic is the potential impact of the 21st century climate change on Caspian seals. Mr. Simon Goodman, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Could I have my presentation, please? Okay, thank you. So good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Simon Goodman. I'm an ecologist based at the University of Leeds in the UK. And since 2004, together with other colleagues in the Caspian region, I've been working on Caspian seals. I'm also a member of the IUCN N.P Specialist Group. And so today, I'm going to be talking about the potential impacts that we might see from climate change on the Caspian seal population. Next slide, please. But first, just a little bit of background. So Caspian seals are endemic to and the only marine mammal in the Caspian Sea, and they're a keystone species for the Caspian Sea ecosystem. They're listed as endangered by IUCN, and they're in the red books of all the Caspian states. The current main threats for Caspian seals are fisheries-related mortality and habitat loss and habitat degradation. Other concerns also include pollution, invasive species, overfishing, disease, and climate change. So Caspian seals are likely to have been present in the Caspian Sea for around about 1 million years. And so this means that they will have persisted through previous cycles of climate change and sea level variation. But now the key question is whether they can also cope with this climate change and the presence of other additional anthropogenic pressures. So in this presentation, we're going to briefly consider 3 sources of climate change impact. Firstly, the loss of the sea ice that they depend on for breeding, other changes to foraging and resting habitats, and then finally, the potential for thermal stress due to increased summer temperatures. Next slide, please. So first we'll begin by considering the effects of sea ice loss. Caspian seal breeding takes place on the northern winter ice sheet. Pups are born between late January to early March, with a peak in early February, and lactation lasts 3 to 5 weeks. The graphs on the right-hand part of the slide give you some information about the relative timings of pup birth and pup development. The orange colour here relates to newborn white-coat pups, and the purple colour is the weaned pups in their final stages as they molt. And so pups will have low survival rates if they are immersed in water before they've completed weaning and molting. And this means that pups are very vulnerable to premature melting of ice. Next slide, please. We've been studying the distribution and numbers of seals on the ice through aerial surveys. So we conducted aerial surveys between 2005 and 2012. And if you look at the maps in the center of the slide here, this gives you an indication of seal breeding distributions on the ice. So 2006 is a fairly typical ice year, whereas 2007 is an example of a year where the ice was very late forming and poor quality ice, whereas 2012 is an example of a year where there's above average ice cover. And so we can see that the distribution of pups on the ice is very much dependent on the ice conditions. And if we model this and try and understand what environmental factors influence those seal distributions, we're able to show that ice stability is the most important factor for that. If we think about ice concentration in the seal breeding area, the box plot in the top right of the slide, this kind of gives us some information about the variation in sea ice concentrations in the seal breeding area between 1979 and 2015. And from that, we can see that there's no clear kind of temporal trend in the amount of sea ice over that time period. However, in 2 recent years, 2016 and 2020, the ice has melted before the end of the seal lactation period. And so this means that there's a very high likelihood that most of the seal pups born in those years would have perished because they would have been immersed in the water and therefore not survived. However, seal life history strategies are adapted to cope with breeding failures like this. And so they would potentially have some resilience to early melting of ice under kind of climate change scenarios. However, it's likely that interactions with other stresses like fisheries mortality are going to reduce this resilience dramatically. There's lots of uncertainty around predictions of future ice conditions. The models that have been published to date, which look at this, haven't really factored in sea level reduction. However, generally what we can expect is there's going to be reductions in the ice extent, reductions in ice duration and increased variability. So there's going to be more years with limited ice and earlier ice melt. The loss of the North Caspian due to sea level decline is likely to push breeding seals to the north boundary of the mid-Caspian basin and perhaps to other sites in the southern Caspian. Next slide, please. And so an important question is, can seals adapt to terrestrial breeding with the loss of that sea line, with the loss of that sea ice? There are rare reports of very small numbers of seals, we're talking tens at most, breeding on offshore islands in the southern Caspian, such as Ogarь Sea Island in Turkmenistan. However, the survival rates of these pups born on land has not been documented. If we looked at other parts of the world where seals are dealing with loss of sea ice, such as in the Baltic, there grey seals which have been shifting to terrestrial breeding sites have got lower pup survival compared to pups born on ice. And so the precedent there does not look favourable for Caspian seals. There's likely to be very few locations where large numbers of seals could breed successfully on land in the Caspian due to disturbance from predators and human activity. And therefore the prospects for successful adaptation to terrestrial breeding for Caspian seals is very uncertain at the moment. Next slide, please. Next, we'll kind of look at some potential effects on seal foraging habitat and resting habitats. So the map on the left-hand part of the slide shows the distribution of seal foraging activity during the summer, which is derived from our satellite telemetry studies between 2009 and 2018. And in particular, we can see that there's a lot of foraging activity which takes place in the shallow northern Caspian basin. So around about a third of the animals that we tagged spend all of their summers foraging in the northern Caspian. And therefore, the loss of the northern Caspian due to sea level decline will also eliminate that seal foraging area. The markers on that map indicate seal haul out and resting sites. And the photograph on the right-hand part of the slide is a picture of a seal molting aggregation that was taken in Komsomolets Bay in April 2011. So that northeastern corner of the Caspian is a very important area for seal hauling out and resting at various parts of the year. Next slide, please. This slide is to give a quick indication of the current impacts that we're already seeing of sea level regression on seal habitats in the northeastern Caspian. The location where that photograph was taken on the previous slide is indicated by the orange circle. And by 2016, that location was no longer accessible to seals. Seals have started to shifting to other emerging islands in the northeastern Caspian due to this sea level regression. And I think Mugabe by Makhanov is going to talk about this in more detail in the next presentation. Next slide, please. The maps on the left part of the slide in the center show areas of important habitats that have been identified through the EBSA and important marine mammal areas initiatives, which are conducted under the Convention for the Conservation of Biological Diversity and the IUCN. The map on the right-hand part of the slide is taken from the Prang et al. Paper, which shows the changes in bathymetry expected under a 9-meter reduction and 18-meter reduction scenario. And so we can immediately see that significant adaptation around protected area planning is going to be needed in the face of these reductions in sea level, because the areas which are already identified as being important and are potential protected area candidates are likely to be dry under those scenarios. Next slide, please. Lastly, we will touch briefly on the effects of or the potential for thermal stress during the summertime. So increased air and sea surface temperatures may reduce the effectiveness of thermal regulation behaviours. And we can model this to some extent, and this would suggest that for water temperatures above 36 degrees centigrade for Caspian seals, that can increase the risk of acute heat stress. But below this, warmer summer water temperatures could affect the balance of time seals have to spend between foraging and thermal regulation behaviours, which might have additional effects on their energy balance and effects on survival and reproduction. The plot on the right-hand side shows the temperature at seal foraging locations derived from the satellite telemetry data. And so currently, the maximum temperature seals are experiencing in the summertime around about 33 degrees. And so this might be getting into the range where they're experiencing thermal stress, but we need to do a lot more research to understand this in more detail. Next slide, please. So lastly, some key recommendations. We need to urgently address the current conservation threats to Caspian seals, particularly high fisheries mortality and the lack of protected areas. And this is needed to increase their resilience to climate change impacts. Current and future spatial planning decisions around protected areas and industrial development must allow for substantial changes in seal habitat, and areas which are likely to be important future seal habitat must be protected to give seals the best chance to adapt to environmental changes. And finally, more support is needed for research to monitor and understand Caspian seal responses and their ability to adapt to climate change impacts. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your report. Our next speaker is Mr. Mirgali Baymukhanov. He will talk about the impact of the climate change and the regression of the Caspian Sea on the distribution and abundance of the Caspian seal.
Distinguished colleagues, dear friends, I'm happy to take part in this conference. We need this conference a lot. I do think that this is a timely conference because these changes that take place in the Caspian Sea region are exceeding the scientific and academic field. They play an important role in the social field. We have many publications in mass media. We speak a lot about the threats of the climate change and the consequences of the climate change, of the water content of rivers. And I do think that these presentations that we had and we will have today will be of great importance and used to model these situations, and in order to identify and find economic and state solutions. I'm thankful to the previous speaker. Thank you, Mr. Simon Goodman, for a great presentation. It also deals with the population of the Caspian seal, and it also deals with the impact of climate change on Caspian seals. I think my presentation will complement data provided by Mr. Goodman. I will try to avoid repetitions. First of all, I would like to thank
получению вот этих материалов, которые будут сегодня изложены. Прежде всего, хотел бы отметить, что в казахстанской части Каспийского моря
this international conference. Thank you so much, dear presenters. We decided to continue carrying out our research related to the Caspian seal. Mr. Simon Goodman played an important role in this regard. We carry out this research since 2005. I would also express my gratitude to those organizations who decided to financially support this research project. During the last years, since 2005, we receive funding from various organizations. That is the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Ecology, Geology and Nature Resources. I would like to express my gratitude to those organizations for their attention to the Caspian Sea. Of course, I must say that in my presentation I will be talking about the Caspian Sea. There are many factors that must be taken into consideration when we talk about the Caspian Sea. Its propagation takes place on the ice cover, and the change of ice cover, of course, has an impact on the biology and on the propagation of the Caspian Sea, as well as on its distribution in the Caspian Sea region. I think that the next discussions will also demonstrate this impact. Next slide, please.
Next slide, please.
From various reference sources, we know that there are negative consequences of climate change. The temperature is increasing. From 1941 to 1977, the temperature increased by 2 degrees Celsius in winter times. The ice coverage is decreasing in the Caspian Sea region. For that very same period, the ice coverage has decreased by 11%. This is a clear trend. That is an ongoing trend, and that even becomes stronger. The pictures on the slide can only prove my point of view. They show the air temperature in two regions of Atyrau and Mangistau in Kazakhstan. These regions border on the northern Caspian Sea. We can see that from the second part of the 1990s, the mean annual temperature have exceeded 0 degrees, and there is a trend towards being more than 0 degrees in winter times. Next slide, please. This slide clearly demonstrates that in the ice coverage of the northern Caspian Sea, there is some worrying trends. For example, we can identify many polynyas or areas of open water surrounded by ice. They are located in propagation areas of seals. Even though we do not know the nature of these polynyas, we don't know whether they are climate-induced or whether they have a different nature. We don't know what leads to the establishment of such polynyas. But we, of course, must speak about climate change in this regard because it might play a role in the establishment of such polynyas. These polynyas might be even 200 kilometers long and 20 kilometers wide. Of course, they might have a negative impact on propagation of the Caspian Sea. Next slide, please. The previous speaker has shown that the ice coverage of the northern...
Я просто хотел бы продемонстрировать, что в умеренную зиму в настоящее время ледовитость ограничивается только северной частью.
The ice coverage is decreasing. That has taken place in the northern part of the Caspian Sea region. You can take a look at the picture on the left. from February 25. During the mild winters and during extremely warm winters, the ice coverage was located closer to the south. At the same time, we can see that we have repeatedly extreme warm winters. During the last years, we could observe that we have extremely warm winters every 4 years. We can observe extremely warm winters, and the ice coverage only covered the propagation areas of the Caspian Sea. The propagation area was located only in the northern part in 2016. And in 2020, we only had ice coverage on the northern part, only in the northern part of the Caspian Sea region. That is, of course, an unfavorable condition for propagation of the seals. It has a negative impact on the longevity of young seals. Next slide, please. We don't have enough information on propagation of the Caspian seal. Don't have enough data on the longevity, and we need to carry out more research projects in this field. During the recent years, we have carried out some systematic research projects. They were devoted to the distribution in the equatory of the Kazakhstan part of the Caspian Sea region. This area covers the zones from the Turkmen side of the Caspian Sea to the area of the Atyrau city in Kazakhstan. We can see that the regression can negatively affect the seal rookeries as well as hauling grounds. We can see that the Caspian Sea level during the last years is decreasing. We have unfavorable weather conditions, and those rookeries that were the main rookeries in 2009, 2011 and 2016 do not exist anymore. The Komsomolets Bay does not exist anymore. This bay was the main rookery for the seals during the last decade. Currently, we have to look for the new islands that are being formed in the northern part in the shallow areas. The seal build their rookeries there. Next slide, please. Here you can see various rookeries. Those rookeries that were used in 2018 stopped existing in 2021. We couldn't find them. The seals went to the western part of the Caspian Sea. The new rookeries are being established 20 to 30 kilometers away from the previously existed rookeries. Next slide, please. Here we can see some interim islands. They are used as rookeries for the seals. However, we should state that in these conditions, we can have a negative impact on the physiology of animals due to the unfavorable weather conditions, such as western winds, eastern winds. This means shallow the coastal areas, and the seals have to look for the new islands to find new rookeries, or in some small numbers they can remain on the old islands, and their physiological state must be a subject for further research. Next slide, please.
В итоге я хотел бы сказать о том, что вот изучение распределения тюленей в северо-восточной части Каспийского моря показывает,
research on distribution and the number of the Caspian seal shows that currently in the northeastern part of the Caspian Sea, the rookeries play an important part for the Caspian Sea. These rookeries can be found in the northeastern part of the Caspian Sea. There are islands where around 60,000 seals are located in the spring period. Next slide, please. Our research project shows that the northeastern part of the Caspian Sea, that is related to the Kazakh part of the Caspian Sea, plays an important role for preservation of the seal population. It is a rare endemic. There is a complex factor that influence. This includes the variability of Caspian Sea levels. There are also different factors, natural factors, anthropogenic factors. That is why it is necessary to establish a state nature reserve. We have a suggestion. It is necessary to preserve the Caspian seal, and in order to do this, we need to organize a state nature reserve. Those recommendations that we send are based on those realia that we are facing currently. They also will allow us to preserve the rookeries that were traditional for the cat.
Климатическими факторами будет улучшаться, то может и эта особо охраняемая территория охватывать и те потенциально важные места залегания тюленей. И думаю, что в данном слайде перечислены все важные моменты по поводу, да, важные очень факторы.
On this slide you can see all factors, all objectives and solutions. This can be used in order to preserve the Caspian seal. We also propose some solutions that can be used in order to address
тех мест обитания, которые существуют, охват тех мест обитания, которые могут существовать в последующем. Да, да. И необходимо
And of course, it is necessary to establish a state nature reserve. The main objective here is the establishment of a state nature reserve that will cover the water area around the Seal Islands and the Canderley Islands. All this can become a basis for our long-term research projects. Thank you for your attention. Thank you so much for your presentation. We also have a comment by Ms. Novrozbaeva. You have 5 minutes for your recommendations. If you are here, then you are welcome. And then we will proceed to another presentation. Thank you for your interesting presentation. Here is my question. How do you carry out monitoring of the seal population? What are the means that you use? Do you use drone observation?
такие методы передвижения, как
Yes, we use various models and methods. We use various aero vessels. We use drones. And also, of course, yes, naturally, we use drones.
На основе вот именно дронирования мы ведем подсчет численности залегающих в тюленей практически
We use
до...
drones to calculate the number of the seals. That is how we can generate the precise number of the seals living in various areas. That's how we can carry out various measurements and research the structure of seal rookeries. How do you calculate the number of seals? Currently, we do it manually according to the pictures obtained from the area. Thank you. Any other questions? That's it? I also have a question. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your project. So you received some data on the number of the Caspian seal. You said there are 60,000 of seals. How do you receive this number? Is it the data extrapolation? We have approximately 60,000 of seals. We received this data within the last 2 years. This is the data from 2020 and 2021. We have calculated them using the extrapolation method. We have calculated the vast majority of seals using the direct calculations, and the information received is true for the seal rookeries. So these are the places where we carried out our research. Could you please tell us how many seals did you identify in shaligs? There was about 59,850 seals. And in 2021, we have about and a slightly more than 59,000 seals. Thank you, dear presenters. Жанарна Розбаева, do you have any amendments? Yeah, 5 to 7 minutes. Could you please open my presentation?
Это небольшое дополнение, то есть вырезка из моего доклада вчерашнего по изменению климата. Так, презентация.
Daniel, could you please open the presentation?
Ну вот в дополнение, как бы, да, можно сразу со второго слайда начать.
Could you please open the second slide?
Со второго слайда, да. И хотела бы вот в дополнение распределении.
I have also some information on the distribution of the Caspian Sea and the number of the species. We can see the ice coverage measurements. The ice gets...
Происходят основные процессы жизнедеятельности Каспийского тюленя. И можно вот посмотреть в динамике, значит, как изменяется максимальная толщина. Это вот по станции Астрахань.
The thickest ice is observed in the northeastern sea. In the dynamics, we can see that there is a decrease in ice thickness. If we compare it with the mean values that we were observing during the last 10 years, they are a little under the norm. The next slide, please.
И вот, значит, по климатическим моделям были рассчитаны
We have used various climatic models to calculate the scenario forecast data. And we have the data for
модель это АНМ, это российская модель, и Хедли это британская модель. И по среднему сценарию мы видим, что толщина льда значительно сокращается до конца 21 века. Первые два периода это у нас
the first two periods are periods from 1950 to 1980, and the second period is the current period from 1980 to 2010. Take a look at the third and the fourth period. The ice gets thinner and the ice coverage decreases as well. There are nearly no areas where we have ice with a thickness of 20 centimeters. Ice thickness, which evaluations lay amount 20 centimeters, is incredibly important for the Caspian seal population. Next slide, please. And here is the spatial distribution of the ice coverage. Here you can see two periods between 1981 to 2010 and 2071 to 2100. Take a look at these slides. In the first period,
что говорит о том, что значительно сократится, значит, территория.
The ice coverage will decrease drastically, so it will result into the decrease of the seal rookeries. Next slide, please. And here are main conclusions. The maximum thickness has decreased in the northwestern part by 20 to 28 centimeters, in the northwestern part by 20 to 25 centimeters, and in the middle Caspian Sea by 13 to 17 centimeters. In the future, we will observe the decrease of ice coverage. The ice will get thinner. We will have more moderate and more mild winters in the future. The ice coverage will also shift closer to the northern part, and we will have iceless periods much more often in the nearest future. I would also like to say, as my colleagues already mentioned, there were mild winters and moderate winters, so the territory that can be used as rookeries for seals is rather small. In addition, we see also shifts in time.
Когда, если мы раньше наблюдали, это середина февраля месяца, вторая декада февраля месяца.
Earlier we observed ice in the middle of February and in the second part of winter, but nowadays we can observe the winter periods and the ice cover periods in February, in the very beginning of the February. So the seals have not enough time to finalize the lactation period, and they get into the zone where the ice starts melting, and the ice is not thick enough in order to hold the weight of seals. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your presentations. We had a lot of new information on seals. You have a good coverage, and your presentations can only prove this. Now we would like to proceed to the next topic. The effects of climate change on the Iranian side of the Caspian Sea fish stocks. Our presenter is Ms. Mahnas Rabaniha. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Please Please add my presentation slides. Thank you. I'm Anas Rabbania from Iranian Fisheries Research Science Institute. I'm going to talk about the effect of climate change on fish stocks in Iranian waters of Caspian Sea. Please next slide. To reduce the fish catch in the Iranian side of Caspian Sea and also climate change, our cause we planned the national project about climate change in marine resources. The aims of this research recognize changes in environmental factors from 1997 to 2018 in Iranian waters of the Caspian Sea, recognize changes in fish CPUE also, and analyzes the relationship between the measured environmental factors with fish CPUE. Please, this slide. The methods fish stocks were based on the CPUE index obtained from the database of the Iran Fisheries Organization. CPUE data from the bonnet fish were collected monthly near 22 years. Environmental data including sea surface temperature, surface water chlorophyll A were downloaded from the MODIS satellite. Wind speed, air temperature, evaporation, and rainfall were also provided from the database of the Iran Meteorological Organization. To determine the relationship, we have applied the generalized linear regression analysis, GLM, and also generalized adaptive model, or GAM, step-by-step regression analysis. In this map, you have find the position of our station from the east to west, include of Golestan province, and in the center is the Mazandaran, and in the east is the Gilan. Please, please next slide. The result of the environment factors from 1887 to 2018. The mean of SST was 14.14 with a standard deviation 5.64. The highest amount of SST was recorded from Golestan and then Mazandaran and then Gilan. The main chlorophyll A was 1.75 with a standard deviation 3.82. Highest value was found from Gilan, Mazandaran, and then Golestan. The main rainfall was 121 with a standard deviation 15 millimeter. The highest value was found from Gilan, Mazandaran, and then Golestan. The main evaporation was 45.25. The highest value was Golestan and then Mazandaran and then Gilan. The mean air temperature was 12.38 with a standard deviation 4.57. The highest value in Golestan and the Mazandaran and Gilan. The wind speed was 9.3 and the highest value was in Mazandaran and Golestan and then Gilan. All factors showed a significant differences between three northern provinces, and we noted in this result, Golestan have more evaporation, lower rainfall, and more SST or temperature. Please, next slide. This is the plot show the result of fish stock. The number of fish stocks during the period had a decreasing. The relative abundance of fish stock show some family are dominant. for the result, we can follow that analysis have done only on Rutilscotum, mullet, Cyprian scorpio, and also that were dominant family or groups in this research. Please, next slide. In this plot, the relation of dominant fish stocks with environmental factors in the northern province. You can follow the province in Gilan, Mazandar, and Gulistan, and in the head of columns, fish, wind speed, chlorophyll, rainy, evaporation, sea surface temperature, air temperature. You can see that evaporation have more significant affected factor on fish stocks in the our area, and you can see the Rutilscotum, Visa Alosa in each province. Please, next slide. In this slide, we can follow that regression, the relation between the CPU Rutilscotum with evaporation, wind speed in Gulistan, with GOM analysis. We can follow that anytime that for example, evaporation is more than now, maybe the stocks is the constant. For example, the relation between the CPU Rutilscotum in Gilan with evaporation, wind speed, and atmospheric temperature. And also in this, the Gilan, we can use from the GLM, and we can find relation between like CPUE with chlorophyll, rainy, evaporation, SST, and AT. Please, next slide. This is Cyprian scorpio that dominant in Gulistan and Mazandaran only, and we have done GLM and GOM, and in Gulistan we can see SST, chlorophyll, and E evaporation is dominant, is related, and in the Mazandaran evaporation and wind speed is more effective on fish stocks. Cyprian scorpios. This is Alosa also, that in the Mazandaran and Gilan, we have a dominant fish stock. The relation between the SST, rainy, evaporation, and atmospheric temperature in Mazandaran, and in the Gilan, SST, chlorophyll A, rainy, wind speed in Gilan also. Please, another slide. Please, next. Lisa also is the dominant in Gilan, Mazandaran, and Gulistan, and we can see that in many, for example, in Gilan, wind speed, atmospheric temperature, SST, and chlorophyll, and in the Mazandaran, SST, chlorophyll, rainy, evaporation, and air temperature, and in the Gulistan, you can follow only the evaporation is dominant factor. Please, another, this next slide. Okay, fish stock. The number of fish stocks have decreasing. Environment factors have increased. The trend of provisional ecological changes was not the same, and the started factors have acted differently on marine reserves, but in the meantime, evaporation with the most effect, and then rainfall and water temperature has been the most effective factors. In addition to the mentioned factors, the level of the Caspian Sea is also related to the decrease of pilka, mullet, and Rutilus stocks. Most fishing is in shallow coastal waters, which will naturally be more affected by environmental factors. This effect will be more in Gulistan province than in other provinces, due to the shallow dip of the region. Please, next slide. This plot shows the difference between the mean of environmental factors in the 3 years period. We can select first period of our study, 1996 to 1908, and we compare with 2016 to 2018. You can see that in all factors, this plot shows the increase of factors, especially in the rainy and evaporation. Please, next slide. And this plot is different between the main fish CPUE in the 3 years period, as same as before. A slide in the environment, and you can see that in all fish stock reduce the CPUE in near to 20 years study. Please, next slide. Thank you for interest and your attention. Finally, I want to speak about the Caspian Sea closed area that is under stress due to human factors and environment factors such as climate change. Our research showed that reserve is affected by climate change, especially evaporation and sea level. Thank you so much for your attention and interest.
Спасибо большое за хороший доклад.
Thank you very much for your report. We've learned a lot about the Caspian region and the effects of climate change on the Caspian Sea fish stocks. We clearly see the relations. And the next report is a study of the flora of the Caspian Desert in the context of climate change. Ms. Agulnabat Rahmanova, the floor is yours.
Вас не слышно, уважаемый Гулнабат.
Да, вот слышно, да? Да. Ага. Здравствуйте. Здравствуйте, участники.
Good afternoon, dear participants of the conference. I'm very happy to take part in this conference. It is my privilege. And of course, the topic of my presentation is study of the flora of the Caspian Desert. I would like to talk about the flora composition of this region. The next slide, please. The purpose of this work is to study the species composition, bioecological features, natural resources, and the impact of climate change on the flora of the region. We also had a number of research projects in 1963, for example, by Mr. Rodin, who studied the species composition. Then we had Kurbanov in 1992. He has analyzed the flora of the northeastern part of the Caspian Sea region. Together with a group of scientists, we decided to make a study on the species composition of the flora. Next slide, please. So in general, the Caspian region is characterized by 58 families, 223 genera, and over 400 species. So we have a wide representation, nearly 441 species in the Caspian region. Of course, we have some rare species. The main reason for the changing data is whether we have a mild winter or a cold winter. The amount of precipitation matters as well. And of course, that is why we have different data. The data varies from year to year. But as you can see in the flora of the Caspian Desert, we have 5 families that are dominant. We should pay special attention to the goosewood family. We have plenty salty water, salty grounds and soils in the regions, and that is why the goosewood family dominates. We also have cereals, legumes, cabbage, and other species here. The next slide, please.
Next slide. Please. Next slide. Да. Next slide. Еще следующий опять.
Next slide, please, once again. Here is a diagram you can see. For the desert areas of the Caspian Sea region, we also have some other species. Representatives of those 5 families are characteristic of the desert zone and make up 40 to 50% of the vegetation cover. 20 to 30% are the vegetation cover. They consist of representatives of 5 other families, such as buckwheat and many others. Next slide, please. Here you can see the most widely distributed families. They also include cereals. They have 30 genera and 42 species. Then we also have 32 genera and 85 species of Chenopodiaceae family. We also have representatives of carnations, cabbage families, and legumes. And of course, we also have Asteraceae, 27 genera and 42 species. Next one, please. Of course, we have analyzed the flora and we have identified the major life forms of the region. They include trees, less than 1%. That is a very small number. They are represented as anodendroids, trees. Somewhere we can see an anthropogenic impact. We can see shrubs, semi-shrubs. Shrubs make up more than 2%, and semi-shrubs make up about 19%. That is probably one of the most widespread life forms. We also have perennial herbs, 29%. Of the perennial herbs, we have ephemeroids and long-growing herbs. There are also biennials. They make up less than 2%. And we also have annual herbs, 47%. Next slide, please.
Next slide.
Next slide, please.
Next slide. Да, вот показано в циклограмме. Тоже вот видите, однолетнее растение здесь доминирует. Next slide. Ага. Ну, естественно, в исследуемом растении, в исследуемом регионе изучалось...
In the study region of more than 400 species were considered. We monitored rare species. We have identified 117 rare species. 6 of them are very rare species, 67 are rare species. Sometimes we meet other species 47 times, and we have 3 endemics. Next slide, please. We also have plants included in the Red Book. These are Lysobolon muscoides, Asparagus turkmenistanicus, Trans-Caspian saltwort, Santacacia, and Corybagas headstock. These 5 species are part of the Red Book. Next slide, please. This is Asparagus turkmenistanicus. Of course, in these conditions, It feels rather good. It is included in the Red Book. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. These plants are also an important part of the Red Book. The population of Amadendron has drastically improved in the recent times. We have many juvenile trees. In the Caspian region, the number of trees has increased. So we have rather good values. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Daniel, could you switch the slides to the information? Could you just... That is ephedra disticha. Next slide, please. All of these plants are represented in the region. Next slide, please. Next one, please.
Next slide. Да, вот ревень туркестанский. Это он и
This is Biganum harmala. Of course, it is not a rare species, but this species is used in drugs for medicine. Currently, we are facing the decrease of the population of Biganum harmala. Next slide, please. Next slide, please.
Next slide, please. Next slide. Все, можете проходить, да.
Next slide, please.
Это наиболее распространенно. Вот. И теперь из растительных сообществ можно показать полынники.
We can also show this species.
Next slide, please.
Next slide, please.
Next slide, please.
And next one, please.
Вот, кимрудская полынь. Вот такие, видите, формация образуется. Это полукустарнички. Еще очень много, как я говорила,
We have also a wide representation of sagebrush. There are many salty soils in the Caspian region. That is Solicornia. Next slide, please.
Next slide. Ну, учитывая вот географическое положение, назад, предыдущий слайд. Ну, хорошо.
Yes. Given the geographical location and peculiar natural conditions of the region, geological reasons historically determined the formation here of a very specific flora and fauna. So endemic and local species are few and inhabit a limited territory. For comparison, you can pay attention to the composition of vegetation in past geological eras. This research was done according to palynological studies from the main wells of the region. Next slide, please. You can see the Paleogene period Eocene. The flora is great. It has a great representation of deciduous trees, of mosses, ferns, of conifers as well. Next slide, please. And this is the Neogene period. We have a wide representation of mosses once again and deciduous trees. And the next slide, please.
Next slide, please.
Well, let's sum it all up. due to climate change in the region, based on the works of Rosen, Kurbanov, and our last research in 2020 and 2021, according to the monitoring, we can say that there have been no significant changes in the studied flora over the past 50 to 60 years. We have just compared the data of the previous authors with our data. That was the autumn to spring period. We compared the data, made calculations, registered various species that are part of the Red Book, that are on the edge of extinction, and many other plants. So we have no significant changes. We have a better situation around the population of Aramedron. Its habitat has also increased, and the number of trees has also increased. Lichen species found in different formations of the coastal part of the Caspian Desert. We did our observations in the summer and autumn period. Lichens are in good conditions. There are lichens, and that is an indicator of good environmental state. That's it. Thank you for your attention. Of course, we have made a huge report on the monitoring of the region, but I decided to give you some brief results. And on this slide, you can see also the recommendations. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for an interesting presentation. This topic was of great importance for me, since it corresponds with my field of scientific knowledge. You have noticed so many trees and plants, even though you were talking about the desert. Of course, that is also important. Unfortunately, we only have one report on plants of the Caspian Sea region and on the flora. But I hope that we will catch up in the future and we will have more reports on this topic. Now we need to finish our work within this section. We will read out loud the recommendations prepared by the organizing committee, and then we will have a short Q&A session.
I'm sorry, Natalia, I just want to interrupt because we still have 40 minutes before the lunch break. So what I'm suggesting is that we will
У нас здесь... ну давайте тогда, да, потому что мы уже по своему. У меня вот здесь только вот...
Of course, yes. Then let's continue our work.
We can open the floor, Natalia, for questions for 10 minutes. And then what we will do, we will put the draft recommendations on the screen, and then we can also discuss the draft recommendation. But I would suggest that maybe I saw some questions before, so you might wish to open the floor for a few more questions before we go to the recommendation. Thank you.
Хорошо.
All right.
Все, кто хочет задать вопросы, можете обращаться.
Those who want to ask questions, you can ask your questions right now. The floor is yours. Raise your hands and ask a question.
Maybe I can help then. Natalia Shumeiko, I saw that before you had your hand was up. Would you like to still ask the question?
Да, вот у нее был.
Yes, she still has a question.
It seems that she's not connected anymore. Maybe then, Daniel, can you please? Daniel, can you please show the recommendations on the screen so the participants can also consider the recommendations? What we try to do as in the course of a discussion today, there have been also a few other recommendations that were either orally mentioned or sent to us in the course of the breakout session. So what we try to do, we try to also indicate them in the text. As you can see, there's English and Russian text next to each other. I think what is important to mention at this moment of time as well is that we will give 10 days after the scientific conference to all the participants to send us any additional recommendations. So you will have 10 days to send us anything else that you might wish to include in it. But nevertheless, we still have now 20 minutes. So you might consider reviewing those recommendations and adding any if you have something in your mind. Daniel, you might also probably scroll down so you will see so the others will also see the other recommendations. And there's a question I can see from Mr. Migrali. You might wish to ask the
Миргали Баймуканов руку поднял. Миргали, можете задать вопрос?
Да, уважаемые коллеги, я хотел бы обратить внимание на...
Dear colleagues, I would like to pay your attention to the very first sentence. We speak here about the especially protected territories and zones. We speak about promoting the establishment of a network of protected areas of the Caspian Sea, such as Ramsar states. In general, the priority is given to wetlands. But I would like to state that in order to protect and preserve the population of the Caspian Sea, it is also necessary, as was stated in my report, to create a special state reserve. One should state that such an area to preserve the Caspian Sea is not existent as far as I can see in the entire Caspian region. I think that one of the recommendations could be the inclusion into the first sentence of such an amendment. That is the creation and restoration of the population of the Caspian Sea. I think we should help promoting the establishment of a network of protected areas of the Caspian Sea, as Ramsar states, and preservation and restoration of the Caspian Sea population. I think that will be very important, not only to preserve the population of the Caspian Sea, but it will also be necessary to preserve the ice coverage of the Caspian Sea region. Natalia, please. If there are participants then want to give any recommendations, I have a favor. Could you please write them in the chat, or could you please send them by email? That will help us. And in this case, we will cover all of the recommendations. So, dear participants, if you have any recommendations, please send them in the chat or by email. Feel free to use the chat or email. Thank you. We also have some other participants who want to give any recommendations. Can I give the floor to them? Yes, welcome. Shireen, the floor is yours. Thank you, Natalia and Mateusz. I would like to say once again that my recommendations. I have provided my recommendations to the organizing committee of the 4th section. These recommendations also cover section 3, that is the preservation and sustainable use of the biodiversity and ecosystems. Under these recommendations, we can see the entire list, unfortunately, but we should definitely add the EPSIS, the notion that the Caspian states have already made, that is EPSA, and important marine mammals areas. That is also one of the recommendations. And I have also provided some other recommendations according to the list. Thank you so much. We have already put these recommendations on the list. A little bit later, together with the organizing committee, we will solve this issue, because it seems to me it wouldn't be just if we put this into both the 3rd and the 4th section, but we will discuss this question. We have already put these recommendations on the list. Thank you. Thank you, Mateusz. I do hope that moderators will unite our recommendations and will make a final document. Of course, we will need to supervise this document in order to avoid repetitions. Simon Goodman, do you have any questions? The floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, so just a point about protected areas. So I fully agree with all the points that have been made in relation to protected areas now. But also just to kind of emphasize again the point that I made in my presentation. So future climate change is going to mean that the Caspian environment is going to be incredibly dynamic, and therefore, recommendations that you'd make about protected areas now may not be appropriate over quite short timescales. And we know that the approval process for protected areas can be a very lengthy and bureaucratic process. And therefore, there needs to be ways to be found to allow that kind of dynamic change in the environment when we're thinking about where protected areas should be. That might require that there should be changes around legislation that would allow for dynamic and shifting protected areas. But we also need to be thinking about where the important habitat areas are going to be in future, so in 10 or 20 years' time, because that's going to have really strong implications around any spatial planning decisions that are being made now, especially when we're thinking about potential industrial development decisions that are being carried out. And so we need to make sure that the habitat areas that are going to be important for species in future are going to be protected from potential industrial impacts as well.
Thank you, Simon. If I can answer, I think it is an extremely important point, especially as the Caspian countries have not yet conducted the marine spatial planning. I believe that might be also probably in the future. As you know, that in European countries, that's a directive of EU to conduct the MSP. I guess in the future, the Caspian Sea countries might wish to do the same. This one is indeed very important. Would you like to formulate it and send us also in writing so we capture it properly?
Yes,
that would be much appreciated. And I just want to also acknowledge that yes, we also received now 2 additional suggestions in chat. Thank you very much for those 2 additional. We will also add it to the recommendations later on.
Так. Еще есть у кого-то вопросы или комментарии?
Colleagues, any other questions? Any other statements?
Yeah, if I might add another one. I think in the various countries, there is a large, how do you say, difference between the amount of expertise that is available to deal with biodiversity issues by understanding present-day biodiversity and to model future trends and threats. And I think it will be really important to see what countries have what expertise, where is the expertise organized, and to ensure that there is a good coverage of all kind of disciplines, all kind of expertise areas that can be brought together to look together into the Caspian Sea biodiversity.
If I may, again, thank you, Frank, for that suggestions. I agree with you, and then in a more UN language, we would call it probably a gap analysis of capacity in different countries. If I can reiterate the same plea as I did to Simon, if you could also send it to us in writing, that would be much appreciated. And I believe indeed that that would be also important.
What is that?
Mm-hmm.
Информация. Есть еще у кого-то вопросы?
Does anybody have questions? Or who wants to take the floor? Personally, I would like to add that questions that are related to plants are not well studied, and we have very few reports on this issue. And I understand that we have just a little period of time to manage a report and to choose a topic and present it here today. That's why maybe you want to add some information about the botanic sphere. We need to communicate with our collaborations in scientific institutes, because if they have something, we could include it. And we have the same request, Natalia, if you can give us your request in written form that you've just said, just in written form. Thank you very much.
One more time highlight that indeed you will have 10 more days before we finalize it. So you will receive the draft recommendations probably tomorrow with via email, and then in that message we'll also put a strict deadline that you will have 10 more days to add anything that you wish so, and after that we will consider those recommendations final.
Да, это важно. Может быть, кто-то еще что-то подумает.
Yes, it is very important. Maybe we have new ideas or some spheres that weren't mentioned yet. We need this document to be comprehensive, useful, and it should include as many aspects as it can in the framework of the Caspian ecosystem. Not only marine, but also the shore part. Are there any questions or wishes? Well, if we have no questions, now we can have a lunch break. Frank, the floor is yours.
Yeah, then I will make the last contribution. I would just like, I got the impression this morning that several of us, we are meeting new people. So my question to everyone is, would there be a kind of wish to meet each other more regularly in a kind of online environment for all people working with Caspian biodiversity? It's more a question than a recommendation, but it's just my question to every one of you.
Это хорошее дополнение, чтобы не было дублирования.
Thank you for your proposal.
I second that proposal. I think it's a very good proposal.
If I may add to what Frank said, what we were thinking even after the conference is to don't take those words for granted yet, but we were thinking of first and foremost distributing a questionnaire to see what is the appetite, as my say, for those meetings in a more frequent time span. So that's something that we as the organizers, we might wish to share with the participants to see what is the appetite for it. So then that might be the first step to something more institutionally sound. And you might also see that at the plenary session, there will be different recommendations from different breakout sessions. But I can tell you that from a breakout session which took place yesterday on the water sea level fluctuation, there was a kind of similar plea from the participants that indeed there is a lack of a platform for different scientists to talk to each other and exchange their expertise on those fields that they believe is in common. So it seems that from today's session, indeed, I also felt quite similar mood from the floor, that there is a general need for more frequent exchanges between the scientists, which is extremely important. And I believe that indeed that conference in one way or another might provide an incentive for something more institutionally sound. So that's just an information on the background from the organizers. And I can also see that Natalia has her hand up.
Спасибо большое за такую интересную.
Thank you very much for this interesting and comprehensive conference, and every report and the recommendations that we have already heard during our session. I absolutely support the Moderator recommendation to have an opportunity to meet each other more often online or in the background of the site of the Grand Convention. And the second report is that during the climate change that is more intensive and more often than our conferences are held, I would like to introduce the recommendation. It is my proposal to have an opportunity to hold this conference 2 or 3 times. Not 5 years, but every 2 years or every 3 years.
Ну, конечно, хотелось бы в первую очередь выразить благодарность организаторам и участникам.
I would also like to say thank you for participants and organizers. Great job for interesting reports, for comprehensive data, and the use of modern methods of research. We saw impressive results today, and in the future, we would like to have the same works, to do them together. For example, to combine different spheres, to represent different scientists, and to use this collaboration to study more the population of seals or phytoplankton, the research that was mentioned by Sebastian today. And I suppose that this research have the future. And it is obvious that it would be better to meet each other more often, to have this conference more often, because 2 years are not enough when you have 2 reports simultaneously and you want to participate in every section. And it would be better to have a huge choice of topics and to have a discussion that is open for different scientists. And all the presentation, we had this question yesterday. And Russian-speaking presenters give a report. Maybe we should give the presentation not only in Russian but also in English language, and they have an opportunity not only to listen to the interpretation but also see graphics and data in both language. Thank you very much. Frank, would you like to take the floor?
So there I am. Thanks. That was also a good recommendation that I just did, but I have another one. In our works in the last 10 years, I found out that there are very few young biodiversity and taxonomy researchers in the region itself. And I think it would be really good also to include in the recommendations that we make a mechanism that supports the raising of the new generation of scientists we will need to tackle the biodiversity change. I'm not sure how to do it, but I think as a general recommendation, I would really favor very much to support the researchers and the young researchers in the region to develop the expertise we require to deal with the biodiversity crisis. Thank you.
Спасибо.
Thank you very much. Gali, would you like to take the floor? I wanted to add that if it is possible, we would like to receive all the presentations, not only for the 3rd section, but for the whole conference, if it is possible. Thank you. Thank you.
I can maybe, Natalia, я, наверное, смогу просто ответить на этот последний вопрос.
I could answer this last question. Yes, we are going to download all the presentation on our site, or we would share this presentations and all the data with the participants. We will decide a little bit later, but anyway, we will share all the presentations that we had in time for the session. This is the answer to the Mr. Mergali question. Thank you very much. That's a very good idea. Natalia Shumeyko has a question. Natalia, I have one more request.
Могли бы вы также сделать следующее, поскольку у вас велась видеозапись в нашей секции. Можно ли...
You had the video recording of our conference today. Is it possible to send this video conference on your site? Or you can separate this video for different parts for the reports, for example. Yes, we'll raise this question during the next organization meeting, and we will take a decision on this question. Personally, I would like to support your request and download this information on the site of the Tehran Convention, but I also need to talk to my colleagues, and I suppose in a week we can solve this question. Thank you very much. I appreciate this. And I think it will be very useful for the colleagues that are not participating in this conference today, that simply didn't know about it. And have many emails for Caspian researchers, and if it is possible, I can send the materials and the information about the conference. Thank you very much.
До 14:00.
Да, мне кажется, что если нет никаких вопросов побольше, тогда мы сможем сейчас закрыть секционное заседание и приступим к обеду.
Да, до свидания, спасибо.
Okay, so yeah, thank you very much to all of you, and thank you to Natalia for moderating. And then we can break for lunch break, and then we'll come back to the plenary session. Just please note that I know we are staying in the same room for the plenary session, which is quite easy for us, so we don't have to switch the room. So what I can say as the last words is bon appétit.
До свидания. Спасибо. До свидания.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Уж слышно? Нас слышно? Все хорошо.
Да, слышно.
Мы,
Спасибо.
в принципе, готовы.
Хорошо, ну давайте еще подождем, да, еще 4 минуты.
Hello, Mateus. Can you hear me? Hello,
Yes,
everyone. May I start?
Yes, I can hear you. Maybe we can give each other 2 more minutes, and in 2 minutes we will be able to start.
Okay. We will start after 2 minutes. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, welcome everyone to the plenary session of the scientific conference on climate change in Caspian Sea region. So far, 4 scientific sessions have been already held during 2 days of the conference simultaneously. And now I would like to ask the keynote speakers as the moderators of the session to summarize the result of breakout sessions and inform the conference about the conclusion of presentation and also the recommendation which have provided by the participants. First, I would like to give the floor to Ms. Dulgir to tell us more about the highlights of the yesterday's meeting in room 1 under the title of Climate of Caspian Sea Region and its changes in the 21st century. Ms. Dulgir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. Of course, I will be happy to share the results that we obtained during the work of our session. In general, we had 10 presentations. These were presentations from representatives of all Caspian countries. We had around 15 participants that took part in the work of our session. Sometimes other participants from other rooms joined us. For example, in case when we had participants in the Zoom, for each participant, sometimes we have even small groups. I will be brief. I will be talking about the main conclusions. The very first presentation was by Ms. Nurmagomedova. She presented the results on climate research in the Turkmen part of the Caspian Sea. She has provided the evidence made during the observations made in Turkmenistan, and this presentation proved the climate change in the Caspian Sea region. We can see that the air temperature is increasing and the aridity is rising in the region. At the same time, the trajectory of cyclones has shifted towards the south, and they occur less often. Then we had a report on modern changes in atmospheric precipitation on the Absheron Peninsula of Azerbaijan. The presentation was made by Mr. Said Safarov. There were other authors who worked on this project. The main idea of the project was the changes in the amount of precipitation from 1991 to 2017. The basis for this work was the weather observation stations in Baku and in other stations. For marine stations, the rising temperature is not as clear as for the land-based stations. There are large precipitations on the territory of Azerbaijan. The reasons for that are temperature rising of the marine surface and atmospheric circulation. That has led to huge problems on the territory of Baku. That also covers floods. Then we had Galina Surkova as our main speaker. She made a report on storm surges in the northern part of the Caspian Sea and atmospheric circulation. The results were obtained using the modeling. We could see why storm surges occur on the territory of the northern Caspian Sea region. We have identified the reasons during the work of the conference. One of the main reasons is wind that form surges in the northern Caspian Sea region. The increased number of storm surges can be observed from March to September. We also received important information on the areas that suffer from floods. Our next speaker was Ms. Parvin Ghafaryan. She was speaking on simulation of dust emission in Gorgon Bay area in semi-arid compositions. She stated that there was an increase in air temperature, increased evaporation, and decrease in precipitation in the Gorgon Bay. They also provided evidence and results of the modeling on dust emissions during various weather periods and various time periods. They used the WRF model to carry out research. The verification of the model was conducted based on real weather events that took place in March 2018. Given some special conditions, for example, when the wind pace is more than 7 meters per second, then in this case the Gorgon Bay is the reason of dust emissions. Then come to the western part. If the Caspian Sea level drops, it may lead to aridity in the region. And in this case, the Gorgon Bay will be the reason for vast dust emissions. Our next speaker was Miss Olga Gorelits. She was talking about Volga Delta hydrological regime under conditions of modern climate changes. In this report, we could see that there is an impact of climate changes and anthropogenic factors on the hydrological regime of the Delta Volga, of the Volga. The winter runoff has increased. Currently, we have a decreased water content in the Volga River. Another problem was the temperature rise in the in the delta of the Volga River. The general river temperature has also increased. It was also noted that the year of 2021 was the year of extremely low water content. It can be compared to the year of 1975. 2021 was also the year when we had the highest air temperature within the entire observation period. Of course, that all will have an impact on ecological systems of the Volga Delta. Our next speaker was Hati Geribani. It was a report on evidences of the so-called 4.2 climate event observed in the cores collected from the southern Caspian basin. The core was extracted in the southeastern region. This report was based on the sediments that are related to the period of about 4,000 years before Christ. This is the period that is characterized by a very fast transition to the freezing temperatures and to the arid climate. It is also known as the cultural transformation in human communities of Europe that led to the collapse of large ancient civilizations such as China, India, and Egypt. These two events are interrelated. I mean, the rapid climate change and the collapse of two civilizations. It also proves the point that the climate change may lead to huge social changes in the Caspian region as well. Then we had a report by Kim Stadelmeier. She was talking about the evaluation of climate model simulations of the Caspian Sea region. She provided results obtained using some models. For example, the CMIP6 model. The comparisons was carried out using the ERA 5 reanalysis. The results showed that it is quite easy to model the temperatures, and that is rather hard to reproduce the amount of precipitation. Mr. Stadelmeier also proposed to use the data of the research to model the future climate. And it would be also a good idea to use the regional climate models together with the paleoclimate models. Then we had a report about projected changes in precipitation intensity in the southern coast of the Caspian Sea using a CMIP6 multimodal ensemble. Our speaker was Ms. Azar Zarin. She saw that the extreme precipitation on the annual amount of precipitation on the southern Caspian Sea is not that sufficient. She also provided the SDII index that is based on the results of the multimodal ensemble of 5 CMIP6 models in accordance with three IPCC scenarios for the social and economic development. The results clearly indicate that the index will increase. That will be especially true for the eastern coast of the Caspian Sea region. So the role of extreme precipitation in the mean annual precipitation level will increase. That may also result into floods in the southern part of the Caspian Sea. Then we had a report by Alexander Georgiadze. He was talking about Volga water flow under conditions of Holocene optimum and scenario anthropogenic climate changes in the 21st century. She has presented the assessments of the change of the Volga runoff based on the model of mean manual water balance. The assessments were made given the Holocene optimum conditions, as well as multimodal scenario of the anthropogenic changes in the 21st century. Various models were used, such as paleoclimatic reconstructions, and also other data that were obtained using 18 global climatic models. It was said that the conditions of the Holocene optimum was the closest to the scenario that we are having today. The annual Volga runoff was lower than today. It also corresponds with the paleostock estimates that we received earlier. Given the scenario climatic changes and using the paleoclimatic reconstructions based on the ensemble of climatic models, it turns out to be higher than the contemporary one. It is likely that the annual runoff of the Volga will increase in the first third and in the middle of the next century. And the last report was made by Ms. Janar Naurozbaeva. The topic was assessment of changes in the Caspian Sea ice cover by the end of the 21st century, according to climate scenarios. The report shows that currently the variation and thickness of ice cover is very different, and it largely depends on the summer of negative temperatures in the winter period. The results of the modeling were used according to the CMIP5 project. 3 models were selected, and they were used to assess and evaluate the ice cover. It is likely that warm winters will occur more often, and moderate winters will be only observed in the northern eastern part of the Caspian Sea region. The maximum thickness of ice will be 10 to 15 centimeters. The ice borders are likely to come to the northern part, and it will lie on the lane of the Tulane Island and Fort Shevchenko. Iceless periods are likely to occur. The results of this research were also presented during the work of the 3rd session. That is some brief information on the statements and on the presentations that were discussed during the work of this section 1. In conclusion, I would like to say that during the work of our section, we have also discussed the recommendations provided by the organizing committee. We have made some amendments and changes, and we have already discussed them as well. Thank you for your attention. That's it for me.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Svetlana, for your excellent moderating and the comprehensive explanation and recommendations. Now, without any hesitation, we will move to the next keynote speaker, Mr. Mikhail Bolgov, who managed the room 2 under the title of the Caspian Sea Level Change Analysis, Modeling, and Long-Term Projection during yesterday. Mr. Bolgov, the floor is open for your remarks.
Спасибо большое, госпожа председатель.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for giving me the floor. I want to make a short report on the results of our section.
On the Caspian sea level change is one of the most important aspects that attracts attention to this unique sea. It is known that there are fluctuations in the Caspian Sea, and the difference in these fluctuations is pretty large, and these fluctuations cause problems for sea ecosystem and for country economies. And definitely for many years we couldn't see each other in person. And everyone who participates in this section today was really interested in this meeting, in this session. Every report that was made was very interesting and many questions were asked. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of time, so sometimes I had to interrupt the speaker, but all the problems that were mentioned during the session were very urgent and interesting. And I would like to say thank you for all the speakers, all the participants, and for organizers for this opportunity. All reports can be divided in 3 groups. The first group was dedicated to the sea balance of the Caspian Sea. The second one was related to hydrophysical and hydrodynamical features, and the third group was related to the future regime of the Caspian Sea and the proposals and provisions. But all reports mentioned the future of the Caspian Sea. The very first report was made by Mr. Nikolai Dansky on the effect of long-term variations in wind regime over Caspian Sea region and the evolution of its level in 1948 and 2017. There are 2 main impacts on the wind regime: is the water influx and the fluctuations. The water influx is important because different rivers bring different amount of waters, and the report was interesting because the winds are changing in the Caspian Sea, and we need to pay attention to this to make right models. And the results that Mr. Dansky presented, he gave us several resolutions how to solve this situation on evaporation and influx of water. And as I said before, evaporation is one of the significant part of water balance. The fluctuation of Caspian Sea in relation with global issues was made by Natalia Ogar and his report on future decline of the Caspian Sea level and gave us the problematic results because the data that they found are statistically significant, but not so huge. And on the correlations that were found, it is very difficult to make conclusions. But the mechanisms, how the fluctuations are formed, is significant. And the question that Mr. Matthias Prange spoke of was very, very useful. There are reports on future that we call horror stories because the predictions sometimes are not so hopeful. And Mr. Stefan Korici made a report on modeling of projected Caspian Sea level under increasing anthropogenic climate change and human water withdrawals during the 21st century. And in the report, it was stated the sea level will drop to 7 meters because of the anthropogenic factor and because of the climate change. And these estimates are huge, and we hope that they will not get to this level in the future. But we know that these predictions are connected with the economy, and firstly, the economy has to grow in 2 times, and then people will use 2 times more water than now. And this scenario we need because they play their significant role. Some reports were dedicated to the hydrodynamics of the Caspian Sea, and here I would like to mention the research that was made by a group of authors that was presented by Ms. Morozova, and already knew the models of prior. But this modeling of the Caspian Sea level was also very important because the good model of Caspian Sea are always useful and interesting because it's a very good method to manage the situation. And from this group, Mr. Javad Babagali made a report on numerical modeling of physical oceanography properties in the southern Caspian Sea. The north boundary of this model is the opened boundary, as I can say, and I suppose that the Iranian authors can make the same model on the Caspian Sea without extra artificial borders. Another group of reports were dedicated to the fluctuations problem of the Octal region, and there was a report on modeling of wind waves at the port of Octal by Isaac Yaltai. She presented the results of the good modeling, good soft that can produce great estimates of wind fluctuations of the Caspian region. Another group of reports was made on using of global models of global circulation to on the possible estimates of water in Caspian region. It is a fundamental task, and Andrei Kalugin decided to solve this question. And he get an interesting results that all the models say the same. The runoff of Volga will diminish. It means that in 2060, the sea level will drop 2 times. And I hope to see in the future if it come true. 2 more reports were dedicated to paleohydrology, and Ms. Tamara told on climate changes and fluctuations in the Caspian Sea level. A retrospective analysis for the last 10,000 years. She told about regression and transgression of the Caspian Sea, and we learned more about the estimates. It was important for us because we need to understand the scale of fluctuations in the future. And the results of nonlinear models of Caspian Sea were presented by Mr. Frolov. And we understand that this model can be very difficult to understand, but it can be mentioned in simple words. All the reports were made on difficult issues and provoke many questions, and there were great discussions on some questions, and I'm very thankful for all the presenters. Thanks.
Thank you for your attention. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Volgo, for your effective moderating and also very important highlights as you raised. Then we will move to the next keynote speaker, Ms. Natalia Ogar, whose panel was under the title of The Effects of Climate Change on the Ecosystem and Biodiversity of the Caspian Sea. Ms. Ogar, floor is yours.
Извините, пожалуйста, у вас микрофон заключен.
Включил. Слышно?
Сейчас слышно.
Да, мы только недавно закончили свою работу.
Yes, we have finished our work quite recently. All of the projects presented were very interesting and fascinating. They were devoted to various topics. Our session was called The Effects of Climate Change on the Ecosystem and Biodiversity of the Caspian Sea. In general, we had 9 presentations from representatives of the Caspian region, and we had about 50 participants. The first report was on projected Caspian Sea level drop by the year 2100 and its devastating consequences. Our speaker was Mr. Frank Vesseling, and he had an entire team of co-authors, namely 5 persons. They provided data on the Caspian Sea level drop by the year 2100 and its devastating consequences. For example, the sea may be divided into several parts, into several water bodies. In general, of course, that is a very long-term forecast, but the consequences will only become stronger. That will start in the present time and will worsen by 2100. The next project was about IMODNet seabed habitats and on delivering a habitat map for the Caspian Basin. The speaker was Mr. Fergal McGrath. He also was accompanied by a team of authors. These presenters had great maps based on the modern data. They used photographs taken from the space. It was nice to observe all of these maps and pictures, and it was nice to receive precise information and data. This report can allow us to make an assessment of the Caspian Sea region on shallow waters, on fragmented areas on the territory of the Caspian Sea, now we can observe shallow waters in the Caspian Sea region. The equatoria of the entire northern Caspian is being fragmented, and the results of it are shown in the presentation. There was also information on evaporation. The highest evaporation can be seen in Turkmenistan and in Kazakhstan as well. The climate warming will, of course, change. That is why the maps prepared by the experts give us precise information on the dynamics during various periods of times, especially that covers the bed of the sea. There we can observe some data in the coastal areas and also in the southern part of the Caspian Sea. We could take a look at the data on the shallowing of the southern part, on the disruption in the border lines, on the coastal lines. Of course, the current contemporary maps that were presented clearly show our modern problems that are climate change induced. The third presentation was on the assessment of the stage of the Caspian Sea ecosystem due to the impact of climate changes in recent years, based on the results of studies in the coastal waters of Azerbaijan. The presentation was made by Mr. Elchin Mamedov. He made this report together with his colleagues. They show the results of the effect of climate change that were induced by the climate change. They also provide evidence of the global warming of shallow waters that now can be clearly observed. We can also see the Caspian Sea level drop that clearly show us the dynamics. This is the dynamics of decreasing water content. The report also stated the Caspian Sea level drop. Of course, the coastal ecosystems suffer a lot from all these events. It has also an impact on biodiversity. So far, there is water, There is biodiversity, but various species migrate into more favorable conditions, into deeper areas that can feed these species. Presentation number 4 was on the dynamics of the biodiversity of the Turkmen sector of the Caspian Sea, depending on climate variability. It was made by Mr. Eldar Rustamov, accompanied with Alexander Sherbin and Sokrat Mamedov. They state the temperature increase, high evaporation, precipitation decrease, and of course, that also has an impact on the biodiversity of coastal areas of the Turkmen part of the Caspian Sea. It is necessary to take a look at the climate change and take a look at the air temperature fluctuations. There is monitoring going on in this area. This monitoring is related to climate change. This should be also accompanied by various indicators that can show where these processes, in what direction these processes are going to. Our next project was changes in the trophic capacity and productivity of the northern Caspian Sea under the influence of a changing climate. It was made by Larissa Dektirova together with Yelena Ostrovska and Roman Karashin. This project was dedicated to the northern Caspian Sea. We can see shallowing, shallow waters. It seems that the situation will also get worse, and we can also observe the periods of a relatively low water content. It plays an important role in the northern Caspian part. All these processes are visible. We have no doubt that these processes are related to climate change. Our next speaker was on the potential impact of the 21st century climate change on Caspian seals. A presentation by Simon Goodman, accompanied with his colleagues. It was a presentation on the impact of climate change on Caspian seals, which is accompanied by shallowing. The seals' hotspots and rookeries are shallowing. One of the factors for this of course, there are poachers that play a role. There is an anthropogenic factor that plays an important role in the decrease of the population of seals. Seals also died because of predators present in the region. Predators can also infect the seals with various diseases, and of course that is an important factor that has an impact on the Caspian biodiversity. The next presentation was on the impact of the climate change and the regression of the Caspian Sea on the distribution and abundance of the Caspian seal by Mr. Baymukhanov. This presentation was devoted to the very same topic, and the conclusions were made nearly the same. Of course, climate change has a huge impact on the population of seals. We face shallowing. Seals need to be protected, of course. It is necessary to protect them, but unfortunately we don't have sufficient measures to protect them. That is why, as a result, we can see a decrease in the population. There are also problems in the winter periods. The problem is that the area of rookeries is getting smaller, and that is also a problem. They may fall prey to various diseases. That is why we have an increased death rate among seals. Of course, that doesn't happen every year, but we should take this factor into consideration. Presentation number 8 was on the effects of climate change on the Iranian side of the Caspian Sea fish stocks. The report was made by Mahnas Rabaniha together with her colleagues. The fish stocks in the Iranian part of the Caspian Sea are always dropping. The water is coming, the fish is coming to the deep waters. There are still deep waters in this part of the Caspian Sea, but nevertheless the sea is shallowing. That is why these processes are also present in the Iranian part of the Caspian Sea. We cannot say that this event has reached a catastrophe level, but nevertheless we can speak about shallowing. And the next project was on the study of the flora of the Caspian Desert in the context of climate change. The presentation was made by Ms. Rahmanova. In this presentation, there was an observation of the climate change due to the low level of precipitation. The situation around the plants is getting worse, it deteriorates. There is an increased aridity. There is an increased drying of soil in summer periods. And of course, that has an impact on agriculture, especially on the feed for wild stock, for animals as well. Of course, that affects the quality of life of the population in various regions of the Caspian Sea. Some of the plant species, due to aridity, due to low water content, are disappearing. They cannot be used as feed for animals and for stock because of dry periods. Some of the plant species are not even growing during the periods. The reason for that is low level of precipitation. Of course, we didn't have enough time to read all of the abstracts and presentations that our colleagues sent to us. Of course, we are getting acquainted with all of the presentations. We also asked questions at our section. We answered these questions. But in general, we would also like to observe the presentations made in the fourth section. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Ogar, for your moderating room one efficiently and providing us the feedback of recommendations and also presentations. The next keynote speaker who will share the conclusion of his panel with us is Mr. Murad. The topic of his room was the adaptation to the climate change in the Caspian Sea region. Mr. Murad, you have the floor.
Unfortunately, Mr. Atajanov had technical issues, and he asked me to represent the results of the section.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Elena. We are ready to hear you.
Thank you very much. The fourth section was held today. It was dedicated to the adaptation to climate change in the Caspian region. I have listened to 9 reports, and there were 45 participants in our section. I would like to mention the main issues. We discussed a wide variety of different questions and issues on adaptation measures to climate change. And the first report was dedicated to methodological basis of strategies for adaptation to climate change in the regions of Russia. The report was presented by Ms. Елена Акентьева. We heard the main basis for methodological basis of strategies for adaptation, and Ms. Akentьеva stated that all scenarios are presented on regional models that were created in main observatory. The iterational approach was used, and it was highlighted that it is necessary to have a good communication between those who give ideas for these approaches and these people who will implement them. In this case, we should pay attention to the unpredictable of the future. And we need to develop new measures to decrease vulnerability. We need to coordinate territorial methods for adaptation. And it is necessary, it is vital for especially Russian Federation. The significance of observation network was highlighted. The observation that is supported by Roshydromet is vital. And as an example, the speaker told about the adaptation to agricultural sphere of the Caspian region. The next report was presented by Mr. Dolgov. And he talked about the stock of water in the Volga-Kamsky region, And this stock hasn't changed during the long period of time, but it is necessary to regulate runoff, especially in the spring period. We need to correlate all current interests. We need to think of all people who need to use water, agricultural sphere, consumption sphere, and others. To solve this difficult question, he proposed a model to find the best solution to satisfy contradictory needs of all consumers. If this model was implemented in regulating Volga-Kamsky Cascade, the current situation that we have in Lower Volga right now, the lack of water, I would say, if we had that model, maybe this situation will never appear. That's why we wish to the developers of this model to implement this model in practice as soon as possible. The next report was made by a group of researchers and was presented by Mehrat Rahmani. The report on urbanization and climate change adaptation in coastal area of Caspian Sea challenges and solutions, with focus on Iran and Azerbaijan. In the report, we got the comprehensive information about this project and the working structure of this project was described. There are two parts, the national component and the regional component. National components can be implemented by Iran and Azerbaijan, and the regional component needs the assistance of other Caspian countries. These projects will approximately last for 4 years. The main problems were the flooding, the rise of air temperature, the increase of natural disasters, and the decrease of the sea level. And according to the current analysis, we found new threats to the environment, such as the urbanization, economical problems, and so on. Several criteria were used to work on to improve the situation, and the approximate territories for implementation of this project were chosen. The main measures for adaptation to climate change were developed. The wide variety of different measures were presented on social sphere, economical sphere, environmental sphere. Everywhere will be implemented the modern approaches. And all the methods that will be implemented in this project could be used for implementation in other regions. And we wish success to the developers of this project. The next report was presented by Geographical Institute of Russia and was presented by Chairman Kust. He was talking on towards the possibilities of achieving land degradation naturally in the countries of the Caspian region, on the example of Russia, Kazakhstan, and Turkmenistan. He talked about the adaptation to climate change, diminishing the situation of soil degradation, and so on. And diminishing of soil degradation needs to conserve the situation on current level and stop the further degradation. The current situation was made, the map with the current hotspots, and on most of these territories we see that the situation is becoming worse. And this analysis evidence that the main factor to soil degradation is climate fluctuations. Despite the inefficient methods of soil exploration, the climate fluctuations are significant.
Поэтому предполагается использовать в качестве показателя климатических изменений, а также меры эффективности адаптационных мероприятий. Следующий доклад был посвящен модернизации учебных планов вузов.
Next report was dedicated to modernization of the university learning courses on geospatial technologies in order to ensure the environmental safety of coastal ecosystems of the Caspian Sea. It was represented by Aras Mohammed Turdiyev, who told about the international project in Turkmenistan, GeoClick, a part of Erasmus+. The main idea of this project is renewal of the institutional university projects according to the market demand. The implementation of these technologies in the course is very significant, and it needs new facilities. A huge role plays the necessity to train professors and start the satellite monitoring of environmental territory of Caspian Sea and monitor the sea territory of the Caspian Basin. The next report was presented by Rana Betova. The report was on Sukar's proactive steps in combating climate change. This report unites the corporate events that can make the production that is a great threat for Caspian Sea and climatic system, what this company can do to diminish its impact on the environmental and the climate. The volunteering measures that were implemented live by this company were presented in this report. The measures on diminishing the climate change, the speaker stated the plan how to improve the situation. And the main line in this project was the decrease of the carbon dioxide level in the air. This company was one of those who talked about the initiative of Caspian Sea Region protection.
Уже несколько других нефтяных компаний прикаспийских государств.
Now it unites several oil-producing companies. The main idea of the initiative is the decline in emissions and the implementation of new eco-friendly technologies. The next report was presented by Denis Shapilov on improving the quality of climate services through automating the marine observation network.
В докладе была приведена информация о необходимости проведения мониторинга на открытой акватории Каспийского.
In this report, stated that there is a necessity to monitor the situation in the Caspian Sea on the shore part as well. The main idea of the report was to use automated complexes to get necessary measurements. The next report was made by Shirin Kariva, and it was dedicated to conservation and effective management of biodiversity in the context of climate change. We learned a lot about the participation of Turkmenistan in different international conventions and agreements. We are grateful that Turkmenistan plays an important part in conservation of biodiversity of Caspian region. In this report was highlighted the necessity of cooperation in this sphere. And the united approach of all Caspian regions in ecological international agreements.
И последний доклад, который, в принципе, дополнил, наверное, то, что было сказано госпожой Кариевой.
And the last report that was presented was correlated to the previous report.
Изменения климата в регионе Каспийского моря в разработку и реализацию Тегеранской конвенции.
The report was on contribution of international projects on climate change in the Caspian Sea region to the Tehran Convention development and implementation. The report stated the experience of Tehran Convention from the beginning till nowadays. Mr. Amirkhanov also told about the main ideas and main topics of international cooperation in monitoring of Caspian ecosystem and harmonization of monitoring methods that are used in the Caspian region. In conclusion, I would like to mention that all the reporters in our section and everyone who participated in discussion, asked questions, many times highlighted the necessity of cooperation in ecological sphere, or the bioreservation sphere, and fighting climate change. And I suppose that the whole strategy might base on these main ideas on the conservation of ecological sphere and solving the situation with climate change. It is also important to develop the monitoring technologies, because without necessary information without accurate data, we can't get the necessary results. It was also mentioned that it's not enough to create adaptational measures, we also need to maintain them. Madam Kentieva told about that it's not enough to coordinate the work of people who create adaptive events, but also with these people who will currently use them. And in conclusion of our session, the participants discussed the recommendations of the organizers, and in 10 days they will add their recommendations. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you so much, Ms. Elena Ostrovskaya, for your detailed explanation and important point which you have raised here. And also thank you, Mr. Murad Atajanov, for his moderating the second session of the conference today. As all of the audience are involved, we had about 40 presentation during these 2 days conference, which are related and which can be divided into 4 important parts, which they can be, assumed as the conference theme. First one is related to the climate and its changes around the Caspian Sea region during the 21st century. The second theme related to the modeling, analysis, and long-term projection with consideration of Caspian Sea level change. The third one was related to the effect of climate change and the ecosystems and biodiversity of the Caspian Sea. And the fourth theme was related to the adaptation of climate change in the Caspian Sea region. And I would like to say my thanks again of all of keynote speaker and moderators during these 2 days. Now, before I go to the, recommendations of the organizing committee, I would like to invite and ask the Tehran Convention representative and also CASPCOM representative to come up with any extra words. Mr. Mahir Aliyev, the representative of Tehran Convention, the floor is open for you if you want to add any extra words.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Tajbakhsh, for giving me the floor. And well, what can I add? My words are only the words of appreciation of the very hard work that was put into this conference, and it paid off during these 2 days. As I was saying in the beginning of our conference yesterday in the opening remarks, we were looking forward to this event to see how we can enrich ourselves, how we can strengthen our position and our convening power with the knowledge that science brings us. And the discussions during the plenary sessions and in the groups and this summary session that we're having now prove just that this region needs the science. We must bring the science together to talk to each other on climate change and all the other important vital issues of the Caspian Sea environment, because through that we generate, we not only exchange ideas, but generate some actionable, practical recommendations which empower us as functionaries in this international cooperation to take it forward and apply in the cooperation among the 5 Caspian states in including these ideas into relevant project proposals, cooperation agreements that would allow us to jointly implement them on ground. And in this respect, I'm very grateful to all the discussions, very interesting discussions that I personally followed. I wish I could be in all 4 of the groups, but our team was evenly spread throughout these 4 groups. So we have gathered all the knowledge that we will use in our work within the Tehran Convention. And specifically, for example, for our work on the development of the protocol on monitoring, assessment, and information exchange, there have been very useful recommendations provided and data shared that will go straight into the activities of this of the work of the Tehran Convention on developing this protocol, and the working group on monitoring that is active and working on that. And one more thing I take back from this conference is that we need to create a permanent capacity, a mechanism of some sort that would allow the international organs such as the Tehran Convention and Caspcom and other partners in the 5-lateral format in the Caspian Sea to use as a permanent scientific committee that would supply knowledge from 5 Caspian states in a coordinated manner and make that a backbone of the activities that international bodies would implement in the Caspian. And with that, I just want to conclude with very sincere words of thanks to the organizing committee that has been working for several months before this conference started, to our partners in Caspcom, specifically to Ms. Elena Ostrovskaya, who has really contributed a lot to the success of this conference, to our own team within the Tehran Convention Interim Secretariat that worked very hard on the achievement of these results that we're having. And finally, Dr. Tajbakhsh, my thanks to you for your very efficient chair steering, being the chairperson for this conference over these 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Mr. Mahir Aliyev, the representative of Tehran Convention Secretariat, and I hope so this cooperation will be increased and will be more efficient. Now let me to ask Ms. Elena Stratovskaya, the Caspcom representative, if you have any remarks related to the conference and what will happen in the future. Ms. Elena. Elena, can you hear me?
Спасибо большое, госпожа председатель.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. First of all, I would like to share the words with Mr. Aliyev. I would like to express my gratitude to all of the participants. Thank you all for your active participation, for your enthusiasm. I would like to thank you for the questions asked during the sessions, for your proposals as well. To be honest, it was a great pleasure for me to take part in this conference. And of course, this conference justifies the work that we have been doing during the last 2 months. Of course, we want to share the information among the experts, among researchers and scientists that deal with the issues of environment and climate change. Of course, we need to pay attention to the climate change, to take them into consideration in their works, in their plans for the future research projects. I would also like to pay your attention to the following fact. During those 2 days, we raised questions about the necessity of international cooperation. It is necessary to carry out monitoring to improve monitoring, improve ties and connections between and among researchers, experts, and many other experts. It is necessary to involve also people living in our region and also those who live outside of our region but still are interested in what is happening in our region. Of course, I would like to pay your attention to the necessity of coordination. It is necessary to coordinate all of the stakeholders. It would be great if we could have an international scientific committee that will also enhance this interest and give an impetus to its development. It is needed in order to not forget the results, not forget the work done during the conference. We need to raise awareness and tell people about the results of our conference. I would also like to say that the organizing committee on behalf of Caspcom does everything possible in order to provide information exchange among Caspian states. The work is done in various fields, such as hydrometeorological data, climate data. We're working on a new product within our Caspcom, that is the climate bulletin, that will contain various issues that take place in our region. We want to make it based on the data that the Caspian countries share within the coordinating committee. I think that in the next year we will publish it in a full volume. And in conclusion, of course, I would like to express my gratitude to Dr. Tajbaksh. Thank you for taking our invitation. Thank you for chairing this session. Thank you for bringing in some charm. Thank you for your experience and your knowledge that you shared. Thank you so much, dear participants, once again.
Thank you very much, Ms. Elena, for your all efforts and all the other my colleagues in the organizing committee for this conference. I hope all of our efforts will be effective in the decisions of the decision makers. Now, I would like to give you the recommendation of the organizing committee, which I hope to be accepted by the meeting, and let me to continue by the provided text. The participant to the scientific conference on climate change in the Caspian Sea region recommended that, based on the outcome and proceeding of the conference, a network of scientists be established, supported by the thesaurus of climate change related research, to advise and assist the parties to the Tehran Convention and member of Caspcom in the development and implementation of their climate change related policies and cooperations. I would like to recollect that, as indicated in the provisional agenda and based on the presentations and the discussion at the conference, a conference report and book of the abstracts will be prepared and disseminated widely. Thank you in advance. So before we close the conference, I would like again to invite keynote speakers and the other representatives to provide their closing remarks, if any. The floor is open. Please raise your hand.
Ну, по старшинству надо очередь предоставить Фрицу.
I think we need to give the floor to Fritz.
Yes, Mr. Fritz.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for chairing the meeting. I just wanted to repeat 2 or 3 procedural issues also for all the participants, which in the concluding session have not yet been mentioned. The one is a reminder, what has been said by Elena and Mateusz, that we would expect participants to submit additional recommendations during the coming next 10 days. Upon receiving all these recommendations, the list of recommendations of this conference will be finalized. The list of recommendations will be attached to the report of the meeting that will not only be widely disseminated, but also be sent to the ministers of the Caspian Sea countries for their consideration and further perusal. The abstracts, as you said, will be published in a book, but the abstracts, the presentation, and all the other information will be also, at least for the Tehran Convention, be put in the thesaurus of the Tehran Convention, which is the Caspian Environment Information Center for open access by all the participants if they want so they can go and get all the information that was provided at the conference from the sources of the Tehran Convention, and I expect also from the sources of CASCOM, so that it will not be lost. We hope there will be a press release issued after this conference about the conference, which we recommend in your attention and your consideration. And I also hope that participants and governments who would attend the Glasgow climate change meeting next week would take the information with them and maybe draw the attention of the meeting to the Caspian Sea region if there is an appropriate moment for that. We have had a presentation by the chair of the IPCC, who will also hopefully in Glasgow make a presentation on the work of the IPCC. So I simply wanted to mention that it will be an important opportunity to get also support for the further cooperation. Thank you very much for allowing me to make these remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fritz, for all your recommendations and all of your support during the conference. Now, our keynote speaker, if ready, Ms. Dolgir, do you want to have any closing remarks?
Спасибо большое за предоставленное слово.
Thank you so much for giving the floor. Yes, of course, I have some remarks. I would like to express the words of gratitude for all of the organizers. We managed to come together. We managed to discuss various important topics. All sections were incredible. I paid a lot of attention to the presentations given at the 3rd and 4th sections. Of course, they are interrelated and interdependent. They matter. I hope this is not our last meeting, of course. I hope we will also organize other scientific conferences. And I hope that the scope of participants who take part in such conference will only grow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dolgov. Mr. Mikhail Bolgov, if you would like to add some comments and remarks for closing session.
Спасибо, уважаемая госпожа председатель.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple words to conclude and sum up our conference. First of all, that is a great opportunity to discuss various cooperation issues. we made a lot of conclusions, and we understand that without further cooperation, it will be very complicated for us to move forward and to find solutions for climate change. All scientists from the Caspian region understand this, of course. Speaking about the scientific problems, of course, all problems were widely discussed and studied. Now we can definitely say what we understand good, what we understand rather poorly. And of course, there are still challenges to be addressed and problems to be discussed. And that is why I think that we need to pay attention to these questions. It is a good opportunity for us to meet once again to discuss very complicated topics and issues. Of course, they require various international cooperation, as well as scientific conferences. Of course, it would be great to meet in person, but at least now we can meet online, which is also great. We had some fruitful discussions, and I would like to thank all of the organizers and participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Volkov. Miss Natalia Ogar, we are ready to hear your closing remarks. Thank you.
Ну, я очень рада, что наконец-то мы снова...
I'm very happy that we are discussing the Caspian problems once again. A couple of years ago, we had a research project. We carried out the research in the Kazakhstan part of the Caspian Sea region. And of course, we had a lot of detailed work at that time. We have published a huge book, monography. Unfortunately, I'm afraid you cannot see it. So here is the book. It contains all information on flora, fauna, and various problems of the northern Caspian Sea, and also solutions to these problems. That was in 2014. Now, when I started to work on the new project, of course, I have a lot of new stuff. We had a lot of new problems. These problems are related to the northern Caspian part and to the entire Caspian Sea. Of course, this topic is very, very important. Of course, we have to understand all of these problems. We need to give this information to the governments, to the public at large. This is not our personal interest. This is not interest of scientists only. Of course, all countries need to know about this because we are facing climate change, we are facing global warming. All of us can feel the situation changing, and we must work in this direction. We must unite our efforts together with the scientists from other countries. Nowadays, we have new opportunities, we have new technology, and it fastens decision-making of many problems. I think we need to find a platform to unite our efforts, to organize various events, to gather at these events, and then discuss various Caspian problems. It would be a shame to lose this water body. Yesterday, I already said that back in our times, we lost the Aral Sea. Nowadays, we try to do our best to bring life back to the Aral Sea, let's say, but it is unlikely to happen, unfortunately. That is why we must pay attention to the Caspian Sea, to Balkhash, and to many other water bodies. We need to take care of them, because water resources play an important role. Everything depends on it. The entire life depends on water. the life of our people depend on it as well. Thank you so much for your participation in this conference. In any case, that is a great impetus for further cooperation and for further development of the Caspian Environmental Program, as well as the Caspian Sea. Thank you, dear participants, for your attention, for your understanding. I wish you great results and further success, as well as further cooperation in this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ogar, for your closing remarks. And as I know, Mr. Murad Atajanov is not connected and he is not with us. So if any other intervention with our participants, floor is open to hear the intervention.
May I have?
If not, yes.
Okay. My name is Rafik Verdi. I am from Azerbaijan. First of all, I would like to thank organizers of this important meeting because Azerbaijan, as a Caspian Sea coastal country, is very much interested in solving Caspian Sea environmental problems. Also, during these 2 days, we had very interesting and valuable debates, discussion on existing problems, climate change related problems, and scenarios, future change, and ways how we can adopt it. And it was indeed good to hear that now we are planning to combine our efforts as an expert or scientists together. And during this 2 days discussion on mind, I also developed some kind of 3 adaptation scenarios: optimistic, then no action, business as usual, and pessimistic. Something like taking into account future scenarios, also what we heard during this today's discussion, where our scientists, experts, when we are together, we work together, we can take 3 or maybe 4 scenarios, and we will know concretely what we need to do, what we need to adapt to, and how we can adapt. And it will open us ways in the future to have some combined, agreed ways of adaptations, or maybe some actions related to improve of water use efficiency or the reduction of water abstraction, etc. This is something I think us scientists can help our countries to get clear ideas of what is needed in the future. Again, thanks a lot for this meeting, for the discussions, and for everything.
Thank you very much, Mr. Verdiev, my colleagues from Azerbaijan, Hydromet Azerbaijan. Thank you very much. Any other intervention or closing remarks? Okay, let me go. Yes. Miss Natalia Shamiako, we can hear you.
Уважаемые организаторы конференции,
Dear
участники,
organizers of the conference, dear participants, I am grateful to all of you for your efforts, for your research projects. It was a great conference, a high-level conference. We had many interesting presentations, many interesting results of various research projects. Of course, we will use them in the future. I would like to express my gratitude to the moderator of the section where I was, that is Ms. Ogar. At this section, we listened to 2 important statements on the Caspian seal, an endemic of the Caspian Sea. That is the only marine mammal that is, according to the results of the research projects, may fall prey to extinction. He's on the verge of extinction. In 2020, the Caspian seal was included into the Red Book of Russia and Kazakhstan. After this event, The Caspian Sea is protected in all 5 Caspian countries. In 2017, by the initiative of the Islamic Republic of Iran, it has become part of one of the conventions, and 100 countries has agreed that this species on the edge of the extinction must be protected. Our conference takes place within the Tehran Convention. That is why I would like to ask the organizing committee and the Tehran Convention Secretariat to work on the documents of the Tehran Convention. I would like to put the Caspian Sea into the Amendment 1 to the protocol on the preservation of biodiversity. And secondly, to exclude these species from the agreement on the preservation and rational use of biological resources of the Caspian Sea. Because after 2020, the Caspian Sea is no longer a biological species that can be hunted. That will help us regulate many issues related to the protection of the Caspian Sea biodiversity. Thank you once again, dear participants, for this incredibly useful and informative event. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your intervention. Mr. Rustamov, the floor is open for you.
Спасибо, госпожа председатель.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everyone. I have just a small remark or a small proposal. Today I had a presentation on the birds. My presentation was devoted to the fauna of the Caspian Sea region. So I think we can have a work carried out together with ornithologists of all 5 countries. We can coordinate this work. I know all of the coordinators from all 5 countries of the Caspian Sea region, and if the committee allows me, I may contact them and may ask them to make a report. And a small technical remark from my side. If you publish all of the recordings, all of the presentations, then I would ask not to show my presentations. I don't know why, but probably some of the technical problems, we had some difficulties. So what I was saying was not corresponding with the slides of my presentation. I think we can change the thing. I can record my presentation in an improved way, and then you can publish it. Thank you so much, and take care of yourself.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rustamov, for your comments, and I'm sure the organizing team can consider your point. Any other comments or intervention? No more one? Okay, let me go through my closing remarks, and as the, final parts of the scientific conference on climate change in the Caspian Sea region. At the end, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizer of this scientific conference, CASPCOM and Tehran Convention Interim Secretariat, TCIS, through an organizing committee consisting of representatives of the 2 organizations and 5 Caspian states. I also would like to express my thanks to keynote speaker that presented outstanding speech and acted as moderator for the 2 rooms and reflected important and keynotes. Then I want to express my gratitude to the panelists as well as those participants who delivered their informative presentation. Last but not least, I thank the all audience and participants for attending such as a great scientific conference. I think this conference has been very effective in meeting its purpose regarding the recommendation proposed on climate change and its effect and impact, especially for the littoral states, due to the fact that the Caspian Sea is an important and critical zone in our region. I'm sure that the outcome of the conference will be implemented by the tremendous efforts of the organizer as well as the authorities, and hope that such conferences and meetings will be held more to see all of you in the future. Finally, I close this session and hope all of you be safe. Enjoy the rest of your day, and thank you again, everyone, and see you soon. Hope so. Bye-bye. Matthews, if you can bring all of us in the screen and take a photo for all of the participants, yes?
That would be my pleasure indeed. Thank you very much. So what I would like to ask you is to switch on the video and put your best smile for the last picture. All right. Okay. People are indeed switching on the video, which is excellent. And I will have to take 2 pictures as there are 2 pages. But yeah, I can see everyone, almost everyone. So that's the first time. 1, 2, 3. All right. And just a second, I will take the second one. 1, 2, 3. And yes, I have taken 2 pictures. Hopefully we'll all look very good on them.
Thank you very much for all our efforts, Matthews, also, and my special thanks from for our interpreter also for connecting all the English and Russian language for these 2 days. Thank you very much again, and see you. Hope to see you again soon. Bye bye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you very much. Bye bye, everybody.